This side. Face this side.
अंदर जाएंगे।
हवन पे नहीं जाएंगे?
हवन तो इसका लेना है तो ले लीजिए, नहीं तो यहाँ अभी रहने दीजिए।
मेन तो
अभी चाहिए है।
मेन तो मैडम का है।
हाँ।
कब आएंगे?
हवन का अभी
बता देना।
ठीक है, हाँ मैं बता देता हूँ। तो नहीं मैम, मैम को छोड़ने के लिए जा रहे हैं ना। अच्छा फिर आ जाएंगे। हाँ नहीं, अभी दूसरा इनका जो शक्ति फाउंडेशन है ना, उनका भी चलेगा ना, एक्चुअली वो गेस्ट है। और इनका जो ऑर्गेनाइजर है वो अलग है अभी। हाँ
अभी बंद हो गया है मैडम?
अभी हवन लाइट,
अब हवन चाहिए
यार, अभी ब्लैक जा रहा है तो लाइट नहीं यार, बंद नहीं करना।
दी कैमरा ऑन है सर, वो तो वो वहाँ से
वो ऐसे चढ़ा जाएगा ना यार, पेज शॉट बना दो आप।
हवन तो ही है,
कोई बंदा नहीं कोऑर्डिनेट करने वाला।
भैया जी शूज देख लीजिए प्लीज।
सर इस एरिया के बाहर।
हाँ जी।
सर आ जाइए इधर।
These chairs are for here because today we are organizing this program.
जहाँ पे मेरे बनाने गए थे ना, वहाँ पे कोई भी लड़का होगा उसको बोलना उसका स्टैंड ठीक है।
All the gentlemen, all the professor, all the dignitaries, please sit. The chairs are for you. Please sir. और एक गेस्ट आ रहे हैं, वो दरवाजे पर हैं, 2 मिनट उनके लिए माइक चाहिए। माइक अभी तक नहीं आया, सो माई वॉइस इज माइक, योर वॉइस ऑल्सो इज माइक, ओके। Please start. हाँ मैं कुर्सी देने बोलती हूँ. Volunteers. Ashwin, tell all volunteers to keep some chairs here also. अरे we need some chairs so हवन का सामने are on this mic.
तेरे को बोल रहा मेरे साथ क्यों नहीं आया?
नहीं अभी तक
सुनील के साथ, कभी नरेंद्र सर के साथ, उस कमरे में भी लग रहा है ना कुछ,
किस कैमरे पे लग रहा है?
उस कमरे में भी XLR वगैरह सब।
अरे वो लग रहा है पर यहाँ इम्पोर्टेंट था ना भाई.
वही ना, मैं आज
पता मुझे कि मैं आगे पीछे कमाने क्या नहीं है, तुम्हारी जरूरत थी मुझे. चलो लगाता है
हाइट ऑन।
नहीं हाइट ठीक है टाउन ठीक है.
just on करके ही जा देना. वो लगाया ना.
ठीक है, ये वाला भी
वो लेके. Tell some volunteers.
निकालिए खींच के, ये
ये थोड़ा सा डिस्टेंस देखना.
थोड़ा हेल्प कीजिए ना, ये सब कुर्सी बाहर दे दीजिए अभी. Requesting all the bhaiyas please help us. नहीं वो मत.
तुम यहीं रहना मेरे पास. इधर आना मेरे. वहाँ क्या करना गया? हाँ शुभम, कुछ काम था क्या? हाँ मैं ना अभी शूट कर रहा था, काम तो मैं फ्री हो करूँगा. ठीक है, छुट्टी पे क्या
क्या ये लाइव कर रहे हो आप? इसका लिंक मिल सकता है? पॉसिबल है लाइव स्ट्रीम का जो लिंक?
अंदर ना सेटअप लगा हुआ है हमारा ये.
हाँ,
वहाँ पे स्क्रीन वाले
कहाँ पर है? किधर?
वो आपको सब
अंदर
वो दे देंगे?
अंदर लेफ्ट साइड।
यार ये ना इनका जो मेन ईवी रूम है अंदर, में बात कर रहा हूँ जाके. इधर पुटिंग इट लाइव ऑन द इंटरनेट, आई विल टेक द लिंक. हाँ मैं ले लेता हूँ.
आपके साथ से
गया वो.
जस्ट चले गए कहीं।
That is also. Very good morning. Very good morning. Today is a very, very auspicious day for Shakti. So we are requesting already the Bihar government, we our respected President President
जो भी मैडम
So now
अपना मेन कैमरा
very
ये
respected
देख रहे हैं ना
our listeners.
सामने बैठेंगे मैं बैठ रहा
So उधर ले लीजिए
नहीं वो सही है बैठ रहे हैं मैंने कहा जैसे अभी सब बोलेगा ना तो उधर बोलेंगे
ठीक है हाँ
ठीक है आप एग्जाम्पल है ना सामने से हम पकड़ लेंगे
ठीक है हाँ इधर इधर तो मूव कर
ये लेफ्ट राइट कर
whatever we are thinking, from sustainable development to science and technology, and that is we promote our indigenous.
हाँ ले लीजिए इनका
चीनी खड़ी ना बाबा कहता ना
This is very ancient thing you all know. So I am requesting all stockholders, all students, our members,
मैडम को बोले फेस इधर करें
this JU faculties, please come and just sit here and experience this heaven.
इसका ऑडियो कंट्रोल
So I am requesting everybody. I am really thankful to all the sirs because of all of your help. We could do this thing. Oh, hello, madam. We are waiting only for you. We will start Havan, and with this Havan, we will start our program with you. We are very, very happy to have our chief guest, Harvinder ji, who is our inspiration this time and give a standing ovation and clap for her. We are really, really, very happy, ma'am. Now we will start this Havan. We will feel our ancient scientific the what we are going to the doctor, to the potential and psychiatrist, psychologist. No need to go everywhere. Now we will sit and we will feel the Havan and hand. The Havan is going to conduct by Dhyan Foundation. The Dhyan Foundation is doing so many work specially for the animals. They have shelters that they will tell, and we today are really, really very happy. Now I am just handing over this mic to Dhyan Foundation member, so they will tell and they will do the Havan. This Havan is very special Havan, and this is smokeless. We are thinking the smoke, the pollution, and this is not only pollution free, this is they will clean the pollution. So let them start. I am giving it to them. Good morning, everyone. I welcome you all. What you are witnessing is going to be a weighted Havan conducted by Staffers of Dhyan Foundation. Dhyan Foundation is a spiritual and a charitable organization.
तू रहता कहाँ
It is an international global
क्या
organization.
मतलब दिखाई देता है
The members, the volunteers of this particular foundation have chosen to walk on the path of yoga. And when you are walking on the path of yoga, they realize that karmic cleansing is essential. Hence, a lot of various service and charity initiatives have been taken up by the foundation, like teaching the underprivileged who are underprivileged, doing langars in front of the big hospitals all across the country, doing animal welfare, under which we have made 47 plus shelters all across the length and the breadth of the country, wherein the cattle which were illegally being trafficked and were slaughtered in the illegal slaughterhouses of the country have been rescued and shelters for their upkeep. So all of the volunteers in the foundation follow the law of the land. And today, all of the inspiration to do all of this and more comes from Stree Guruji. Stree is taught by Guruji himself to the sadhakas of Maharashtra, and we are going to conduct it for this occasion today. Guruji himself is an adult who whether you talk about the science of yoga, the science of clairvoyance, the science of spiritual teaching, the science of Vedic martial arts, the science of music. All of these sciences in adulthood, he's been teaching them all across the world. Now we're going to commence the yajna. Everybody is requested to please keep their awareness on the agni of the yajna when the yajna is on. Thank you so much. We are requesting everyone to keep this cell phone silent if possible for some time and keep their focus on the Agni. Keep your focus on the Agni and the mantra.
गणपतये नमः स्वाहा नम 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 गणपतये नमः स्वाहा गम 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 गणपतये गम गणपतये नमः स्वाहा गम गणपतये नमः स्वाहा।
मेरा पता नहीं ना कटिंग सब कुछ है मेरा करना क्या करना क्योंकि इनका कोई मेरे पास मेरा अपना आदमी कोई नहीं बताने वाला।
हाँ सही है।
आप देख रहे हो
वो जो आपके साथ
ठीक है ऑडियो करने वाला नहीं
ऑडियो कैसे क्या करना है वो
यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मुक्ष्यमामृतात्। ॐ सौं भुवं सौं जुं स्वाहा।
हमने सबको ऑडियंस हमने सबको रखा है।
ठीक है
फॉलो
बढ़िया है।
और कुछ हो तो बता दीजिएगा।
हाँ ठीक है मैं भी पूछ रहा हूँ मुझे भी सभी को जानकारी मिली हमारे लिए सब लोग नए हैं कुछ लोग जानते हैं बाकी सबको गैस जो आएंगे हमारे सभी को नहीं
नींद
अभी हाँ मुझे बस यही है और लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग का प्रोजेक्ट करते रहना मैं इसलिए यहाँ आके देख रहा हूँ। दिलीप आपका
यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मुक्ष्यमामृतात्। ॐ सौं भुवं सौं जुं स्वाहा। भुवं भुवं सौं ॐ जनौ तपौ सत्यम्। तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गदेवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्। ॐ भूर्ज्योतिरसोऽमृतं ब्रह्मम् ॐ भूर्भुवस्वरो स्वाहा। त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मुक्ष्यमामृतात्। ॐ स्वं भुवं सौं जुं स्वाहा। भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्। ॐ पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मुक्ष्यमामृतात् ॐ स्वं भवां भवं सौं ह्रूं भूमौ स्वाहा ॐ भुवं स्वं भवं जनं तपं सत्यम् ॐ तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ आहुर्ज्योतिरसोऽमृतं ब्रह्मम् ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः स्वाहा पूर्णमदा पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते सर्वस्य पूर्णं स्वाहा सर्वस्य पूर्णं स्वाहा सर्वस्य पूर्णं स्वाहा सहस्रधारं
ये हवन कर रहे हैं हमारे गुरु के धाम के स्टेशन के लिए और गुरु कार्य पूर्ति के लिए। इस हवन के शिव इस जो जगह है इस जगह के वातावरण की शुद्धि के लिए यहाँ आए हुए जितने भी व्यक्तिजन हैं सभी शांति समृद्धि और स्वास्थ्य के लिए जाता है। इस हवन के और इस जो अनुष्ठान के विद्वता है इन सभी के जो पर्पस है उनकी पूर्ति होने के लिए और इस हवन के शेर इस सृष्टि की सहायता करने के लिए इस सृष्टि में जितनी भी प्राणियां हैं सभी को सुख शांति समृद्धि और इस सृष्टि की संचालन के लिए हम कर रहे हैं। जो भी जिनकर और ये जैन जी जिनके नाम में रह रहे हैं उन्हें स्वास्थ्य के लिए हम अगले साल फल जाता है। और इस हवन के पूर्व इस हवन के दौरान इस हवन के पश्चात अगर हमसे कोई त्रुटि हो गए हम क्षमा मांगते हैं। क्षमा हम अनुरोध करते हैं माता आदि शक्ति शिव जी गणपति जी और अग्निदेव हम सभी को आशीर्वाद दें हमारे संकल्प को संपूर्ण करें इस हवन को सफल करें और यहाँ पे विराजमान रहें। अन्य सारे देव देवता को धन्यवाद करते हैं यहाँ उपस्थित होने के लिए उन्हें हम अनुरोध करते हैं कि वे हम सभी को आशीर्वाद हमारे इस यज्ञ को सफल करें हमारे जो संकल्प है उसको पूर्ण होने के लिए सहायता करें और तत्पश्चात इस प्रकृति में जिन जिन दिशा में उनकी जरूरतें हैं वहाँ पे आगे के लिए प्रस्थान करें। पुनः जब हम हवन करते हैं यहाँ उपस्थित होकर हमारे संकल्प को संपूर्ण करें हवन को सफल करें और सभी को आशीर्वाद दें। ओम
सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः सर्वे सन्तु निरामयाः सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत्
कौन सा पता नहीं बाहर से आया। यहाँ चला
देवी शान्तिरपि शान्तिरापा शान्तिः औषधया शान्तिमनसपतया शान्तिविश्वदेवाः शान्तिब्रह्मा शान्तिसामा शान्ति शान्ति विबुधिः शान्तिरिद्धि शान्ति सर्वज्ञं शान्ति सर्वज्ञं शान्ति सर्वज्ञं ॐ शान्ति 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 स्वस्ति न इन्द्र वृद्धश्रवाः स्वस्ति न पूषा विश्ववेदाः स्वस्ति न साक्षयो अरिष्टनेमिः स्वस्ति नो बृहस्पतिर्दधातु गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णु गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरः गुरुः साक्षात् परब्रह्म तस्मै श्री गुरुवे नमः अखण्डमण्डलाकारं व्याप्तं येन चराचरं तत्पदं दर्शितं येन तस्मै श्री गुरुवे नमः न गुरुरधिकं तत्त्वं न गुरुरधिकं तपः तत्त्वज्ञानात् परं नास्ति तस्मै श्री गुरुवे नमः ॐ श्री वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा ॐ श्री गणेशाय नमः ॐ श्री गुरुवे नमः
Madam, just say do they want to explain few things about the at Dhyan Ashram, also women would perform the yajnas, right? In fact, they have conversations directly with the energies which are running the creation because yajna is a science to communicate and to manifest the positive energies in the creation. So basically, all the women in the foundation would do the yajnas. Even if the men are doing, the women are actually sitting on their left because women are Shakti. If Shiv is Kavatir, woman is Shakti. And without Shakti, a yajna is incomplete. So even the women in the foundation would have conversations with the energies that are running this creation. In fact, the spiritual healing team at Dhyan Foundation is all women.
इसका हेडफोन निकालो
So all of you are also
अभी मेन स्टेज में जाना है
कौन सा स्टेज
वो मेन
ऑडिटोरियम में ना तो कैमरे हैं
वहाँ भी लाइव स्ट्रीम उससे हो जाएगा ना
चल रहा है पता नहीं वहाँ पे हुआ कि नहीं आराम से गाड़ी केवल खराब ही हो गया देखिए कैमरा हिला ही ये देखिए हमें क्या पता निकाल ले
यहाँ का हो गया कंप्लीट
और क्या कट कर दे
हाँ बंद कर दीजिए
चलो
or you take just now take please go please
मैं लेके आ जाऊँ
हाँ
मैं लेके आ जाऊँ
हाँ ये कैमरा ले जाता हूँ ना मैं
हाँ
ले जा ठीक है भैया सब ले जा
सबमिट नहीं हो पाएगा ना जब तक उसकी पूरे डॉक्यूमेंटेशन पूरा नहीं होगा
ये स्क्रीन टच है माउस में।
क्या है भाई?
माउस नहीं है, कर्सर ही नहीं है कि कुछ भी।
यहाँ बट यहाँ पे भी कैसे क्लिक करोगे?
ओह ये वाला सिस्टम है ना इसके।
मेरा स्ट्रेट दीजिए ना। ये स्ट्रेट वाला दीजिए कि जाऊंगी
मैडम
तो
ये स्ट्रीट वाला
नहीं है।
ये थोड़ा
ओके,
वैसे
ओके।
होता है।
ठीक है, ठीक है। नमस्कार। Very good morning to all of you. Today really a very auspicious day for Shakti. And you all already know we are doing this mega expo and the national conference for this 3 days with the help of in association with JNU. So really we are happy on behalf of Shakti, on behalf of JNU, we welcome you all. So I am requesting all our delegates. So now I'm requesting Tanuja ji aaye kya? Nasri, please, madam, please come to the dais. Purnima ji, aap aaye kya? Purnima ji, please come to the dais. Dr. Gulshan Vadva ji, please come to the dais. Dr. Naresh Agarwal ji, Dr. Naresh Agarwal ji, are you here? Please come to the dais. And our chief guest, Harjinder Kaur Talwar, please come to the dais. We have lots of, please give a standing ovation to all of our very, very eminent guests. Please stand and clap for them. Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. And सुधा जी, आप नहीं बैठेंगे? हाँ? Oh, okay. So now I'm requesting the convener of this total program, Dr. Ranjana Arya ji, you please come to the dais and felicitate them with flower pot, please. And give, please be seated. Please be seated. Let me start with a prayer. Let all being be happy. Let all being be peaceful. Let all being be blissful. Om. So we have started our day with Havan, with very positive vibes. I know with these 3 days, we will roam, we will act with very positive vibes, with positivity. And we will tell about our those speakers. We will introduce them to you. All of them are what to say, positivity, and they are, all of them are karma yogi, I can say in simple word, and they are our role model. I'm now old, so they are role model of our youngsters, young group. And even being old lady, all of you who are in the dais, you are my role model. I am Dr. Rita Bhattacharya, Vice President of Shakti and the convener of this expo. I'm offering my humble pranam to all of the dignitaries who are on the dais. Pranam to you all. So, I am requesting Ranjana ji to welcome all of them, starting by Vadwaji, and one by one you just give this. And within this time, we already know we have lots of program. Our open session will start at 11 o'clock. So, we are in hurry. After this, all will go to the exhibition stall. So we will start our program, and you know all the delegates who are sitting here in this audience, all of them who are sitting in this chair, their CV is minimum 10 pages or 100 pages. If I will start to introduce them in detail, it will take more than 1 day. So, in a nutshell, I am just giving the introduction to all of them, and I will request, when I introduce them, I will request them to talk few things, few words, and give us insight, give us some motivation. Okay, and I will request, this is, I know I'm not doing the justice to all of you, but because of time constraint, maximum 5 minutes for all of you, maximum. Please forgive me, pardon me, I have to do this thing for you. Now, we will start for the Deep Prajalan. Deep is there. I'm requesting sir or madams who are on the dais, and I'm requesting Sudhaji, Binduji, Leenaji, Ankitaji to come to the dais and help them for this Deep Prajalan. Please. Sudhaji is our national president who is working for this Stree 2020 for last 4 years. And Binduji is our national coordinator who is now the oldest member and who is the member from the inception of Shakti Bharat. I am requesting Professor Gargoti, you also come to the dais, please, sir, for lighting the lamp. Sir, please come. We will be very happy. All of you, please go there. And if anyone knows, especially I am requesting Umaji, please sing Dipajyati. Or, please, come and Dipajyati Mahayoti.
शुभं करोति कल्याणं आरोग्यं सुखसम्पदां मम बुद्धि प्रकाशाय दीपज्योति नमोस्तुते शुभं करोति कल्याणं आरोग्यं धनसम्पदां शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योति नमोस्तुते दीपज्योति नमोस्तुते.
Thank you, Umaji. Umaji was our national treasure, and now is a member. And I just want to introduce, I already introduced Sudhaji, Binduji. Now I want to introduce our General Secretary, Vaidya Leena Bavekar. And she was here. And I want to introduce our last General Secretary and former General Secretary, what I want to mean. And now Vice President, Professor Ankita Bohore. So let us directly going to the thing. Because first I wish to say something about this, our expo. So really, you will be happy to know and you will be very surprised. Shakti is started in 2003, but this is the first time we are organizing a mega expo for women scientists, women entrepreneurs, and women from all the government agency. What are the women rules? What are the women scheme? We are representing this. And expo means exposition or exhibition. Expos are the national and global event which are dedicated to the finding fundamental solution for the life solution by offering a journey inside a chosen topic. Our topic already we told you, this is sustainability, the role of women in science and technology for sustainable India. And you already know, even then, if you missed, I just want to clarify this. The name of our program is Stree 2020. Stree is an abbreviation of science, technology. Stree is abbreviation of science, S for science, T for technology, R for research, E for engineering, and E for enhancement. So everything is there, and the expo is our mega expo. And why, you can ask, 2020, maybe this is Maybe this 2020 it is printing mistake. No, we have started it that in 2019, and our scheduled time was April 2020. All of the students, they registered in 2020. We started work in 2020. So that program is this program to indicate that we have given the name Stree 2020. Thank you. I don't want to say much. So I am requesting, please, first I am requesting CSIR Purnima ji, because Purnima Rupal, head DGED CSIR, and she assumed the post of director in the French Center for the Promotion of Advanced Research on 11th December 2018. Prior to the assignment, she served as Counselor Science and Technology at the Embassy of India, Tokyo, Japan, for 3 years. I'm requesting Purnima Rupal Madam, we are really happy and grateful to you. Please come and say something to us.
Good morning, everyone. A very good morning, particularly to the dignitaries who are not present here right now, but we met them this morning. Professor Mande, my mentor, my ex-Director General CSIR, also President Vibha now, Professor VC of JNU, Professor Shantishri Banditji, all the dignitaries on the dais. I won't take much time naming everyone, but thank you for having us here. All the dignitaries of the dais. Lakshmi Kantam ma'am, I just got a message from, hello ma'am. It's so wonderful to connect with so many of my mentors here, and we'll look forward to, listening to most of you in the next few days. But just want to mention a little bit about CSR that I represent here. CSR is a chain of 37 labs that was established even prior to the independence. We've been in existence for almost 80 years now. It's our efforts to showcase whatever we've done for the country. We have put up an expo here, 3 stalls where we are showcasing some women-friendly technologies. We've helped a lot of women entrepreneurs with our technologies. So the main theme of today's conference is, of course, science, technology, research, and entrepreneurship enhancement, and which is definitely being done by CSR Labs in various ways. I will not have time to go through each one of them, but I request all of you, especially the students and the budding scientists who aim to take up, become entrepreneurs. We hope they will, to visit them and see what we have to offer in our research system, because we develop a technology and we then license it to various startups and other industries as well. I just mentioned Lakshmi Kantam ma'am. She's a stalwart in that, and then of course there'll be other women scientists around whom I will request you to interact with during the next 2 days, so that you can take the maximum benefit out of this, and hope we can connect with you in whichever way that you want us to in furthering your entrepreneurship or your research careers in whichever way. I will not take much time of yours, and thank you for this, and wishing this conference a great success. Particularly a big congratulations to the Shakti team here, who have done a big, made a big effort to put up this show, which I believe has been, pending since 2020 because of the COVID, and I'm glad we could do it now, particularly to Ranjana Arya and others, her team, who have really been coordinating with us for, some guidance, and I still will be around for the next 2 days to interact in various forums. Thank you so much, and have a very stimulating next 2 days for the conference. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am, for wonderful talk. Thank you so much for encouragement. And now I would like to request Madam Dr. Tanuja Nasari. You are the Director of All India Institute of Ayurveda, AIIA. You are the Chair of the Health Sector Sub-Skill Council for Ayush and a member of Governing Council of IMS BHU. You are also a member of General Embassy of ICCR, a member of Board of Governors, CCIM, and served on the academic board of various universities like ITRA, Jamnagar, and National Academy and research bodies. You are serving as a member of Scientific Advisory Board of CCRAS and Domain Expert Technology Screening Committee TSE of NMPB. Your influential leadership has brought more than 20 MOs into the credit of AIIA. Please give a big hand for Madam. You are played a key role in converting AIIA Hospital, New Delhi into COVID healthcare center. That time you worked a lot. Every day we got the news from newspaper, news channel. You have awarded with Ayurveda Ratna Award by the UK Parliament and also many more. So this is very short about Madam. Please, Madam. Be careful, ma'am.
Namaskar. Am I audible? Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Madam Rita Bhattacharya ji, for the introduction in the nice words. Highly accomplished dais, distinguished dignitaries on the dais. Madam, I can start with the Madam Harjinder Talwar ji, who is the chief guest of today's ceremony. Dr. Naresh Agrawal ji, Gulshan Wadhwa ji, Purnima Rupal ji, and all the highly accomplished team of Stree Shakti. What we can say, the Stree is the, what we can, it is the word Yatra Naryastu Pujyante Tatra Ramante Devata. So I can see the Devata Vas in this August auditorium. So Madam Rita Bhattacharya ji, Sudha Tiwari, Leena Ranjana Arya ji, and all the team of JNU and Stree Shakti from various chapters in the state and the national team. At the outset, I was really blessed and fortunate to have listened, witnessing the Shanti Mantra in the beginning, and such a great, what we can say, the occasion where JNU is represented by Shanti Sri Pandit, and we also chanted the Shanti Mantra. So I'm sure the next 2 days we'll be witnessing and enjoying the Shanti and the combination of both Saraswati and Lakshmi, because it is the workshop and the national workshop on science technology, and where the Lakshmi also meets, and our chief guest is representing Lakshmi on the dais, entrepreneurship, and so how the woman-led science can have the translation into the entrepreneurship. So I congratulate Stree Shakti for your this vision also, how the next when we can say, now we are celebrating Azadi Ka Amrut Mahotsav, but on 75th year, when we have the Azadi Ka Amrut Kal on 2047, and the India will be the leader, जिसको सशक्त भारत, सक्षम भारत और आत्मनिर्भर भारत करते हैं, तो इसमें स्त्री will be the one who will be leading India. That's is our vision, and that's the Amrut Kal. And I congratulate each one of And for these three, when we see on the dais the support of the other counterpart, so it's a blessing. So we congratulate Shiva and Shakti both for supporting us. With these words, I am also happy representing Ayurveda, Ministry of Ayush, and our Honorable Minister, Sri Sarvananda Sonowalji. He also directed, and his direction, we are really pleased to have witnessing and showcasing through pavilion, and that the Ayush strength, Ayurveda, Unani, Siddha, Homeopathy and Yoga, and All India Institute of Ayurveda has taken the lead role in having this pavilion where Ayush will be showcasing tradition with the technology, which is classical yet contemporary. And we celebrated Ayurveda Day as Har Din Har Ghar Ayurveda. It is Ayurveda every day, Ayurveda everywhere. And with 3J, Jan Shakti, Jan Andolan and Jan Sandesh, what we want to say that if we want to become the healthcare leader and Ayush as a soft power of India, then we have to celebrate not only on one day, but every day, everywhere, so that healthy habits in form of diet, in the form of lifestyle, in form of having the harmony with our thought and what we do in the action. So our thought process and also the supplements. So we follow the healthy lifestyle, and Sashakta and Saksham Bharat, the healthy Bharat can build the healthy individual can build the healthy nation, and that's the Ayush can contribute as a healthcare leaders of the world. And that's why we have the pleasure to have our pavilion. And I request each and everyone in this auditorium to please do visit and just understand, know yourself, what is your Prakriti and what to eat, what not to eat, what to follow, what not to follow to remain healthy. And as Ayurveda is a knowledge system of healthy and happy life. So the journey from illness not ends to the wellness, but it gives happiness as well. So it is a knowledge system of healthy and happy life. So whatever leads to healthy health and happiness, all those measures are displayed in this pavilion, and you do support and do enjoy and do follow it as a part of your lifestyle. It is a way of leading healthy and happy life. And why I am telling this, because this conference, it aims as a science and a technology. One of our colleagues, he was asking, is there any pharmacopoeia? I would like to communicate. There is a science. We have a Pharmacopoeia Commission of India. And this day also, Ayurveda Day was not celebrated as a Dadima Nanima's Nuske. It is our dharohar, but scientificity of Ayurveda. So why we have to drink warm water in summer season, winter season? Why we have to take sesame laddu and chikki? So the science behind it is the Ayurveda. And this world, we are communicating in the world, we are translating our terminology into the language of the scientists, and that's why we have the collaboration with DST, DBT and CSIR laboratories. Ranjana Arya and many others will be our partner, and I am also representing National Medicinal Plant Board as a CEO. So we are the funding agency where we'll be happy to support all the research and development activities in the medicinal plant to develop and translate into a technology and the medicinal plants in the healthcare sector. And in the entrepreneurship, what I would like to communicate on the last note as that All India Institute of Ayurveda, which is a aims for Ayurveda, tertiary care center, postgraduate research and training center. It is exactly as the aims, and we have translational research division as also. We are leading many programs of the ministry as an implementing agency, as a national pharmacovigilance program, and many Ayurveda Day nodal agency, but one important program as an incubation center, mentor-mentee and leading entrepreneurship development program and the skill program. And this last expo, which we had in Ahmedabad for the entrepreneurship development, so we had announced Startup Challenge. And to our surprise, Ayurveda is a niche area. It is like the new area in the startup and entrepreneurship. That's what we thought that we'll not get any startup challenge. But to our surprise, we received 167 challenge. And in 3 areas, one in a food technology. So Ayurveda Ahar as a separate category where Ayurveda food with the technology, if you really feel that your dadima nanimas जो कुछ भी कांजी है, whatever the best laddu and all, if you get ready to eat package, so you will forget having chips and everything. And that is our dream, that every last person of India should get 5 rupees, not chips, but he will have healthy and yummy food. That is Ayurveda Ahar technology, food technology. We got the startups in the Ayurveda food technology. Then it was biomedical engineer. We have Panchakarma. So why automated Shirodhara and many others, biomedical engineering. And the last is IT solution. So any mobile app, if you want to know yourself as a Prakruti, and if you have anything on your mobile, so that's the startup. Why you have to go to the hospital, doctors come at your doorstep. So this is something technology we are developing. And now also at Pragati Maidan, there is an international trade center, and we have 27 startups on Ayush that we have supported. So this is now new age technology, cutting edge technology that is now connected and supported to the tradition. I think this Stree Shakti and this Shakti program will be able to showcase, to communicate and interact, and to have the network of many scientists, many technologists, and many entrepreneurs. So take this our technology to the new level, starting to the new level. Thank you very much for inviting, giving this honor, and I feel fortunate and blessed to have where JNU is led by the Shanti Sri Pandit, a woman led. Thank you. Namaste. And I wish all the success for all the deliberations. I am sure when there is a Shanti mantra, it started with Havana, and all good souls have joined together. This will be a grand success. Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you, ma'am, for your wonderful insight, wonderful deliberation. Thank you, ma'am. And I'm sure you will be with Shakti and you will give us guidance all the time, ma'am. Ma'am, thank you so much. Now I would like to request Dr. Gulsan Wadhwa, scientist, F, DBT, and the sir is very humble. You can understand by watching sir. Sir is the Director, Department of Biotechnology, Ministry of Science and Technology. And sir is having lots of projects, lots of award and those, and international collaborations are there. Animal biotechnology, on that he worked on computational biology and so on so forth. So I don't want to elaborate that. Sir also told me no, only 2 or 3 words. So I'm requesting sir, please come and give us blessing and motivation. Sir, please.
सेशन का नेक्स्ट में देना।
नमस्कार, गुड मॉर्निंग। मैं गुलशन वाधवा, डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ बायोटेक्नोलॉजी से। इन सब लोगों के नाम मैं नहीं लूँगा जिनके नाम नीरा जी ने लिए हैं। इन सबको नमस्कार। मगर मुझे लगता है कि ये जो प्रोग्राम हो रहा है, ये जो कॉन्फ्रेंस हो रही है, ये जो एग्जीबिशन हो रही है, इसकी सक्सेस आप सब लोगों पे डिपेंड करती है। जैसा कि हमारी आयुष की डायरेक्टर साहिबा ने बताया, कितनी औषधियाँ, कितनी दवाइयाँ, कितनी चीज़ें बनती हैं और बनाई जाती हैं, ये सब कहाँ से आती हैं? ये सब आप सब लोगों के किचन से ही पैदा हुई हैं। क्या मुझे कोई ऐसी एक दवाई का नाम बता सकता है जो किचन के बाहर से आई हो? कोई एक? मुझे नहीं लगता शायद कोई है। सब वहीं से इवॉल्व हुई हैं, पेड़ पौधों से, जड़ी बूटियों से, मसालों से, और जो जो चीजें हम किचन में यूज करते हैं। तो स्त्री के हाथ में पूरी ताकत। आप सब लोगों ने सुना होगा और आप दूसरों को बताते भी होंगे कि जैसा आप खाते हैं वैसा आप बन जाते हैं। तो वो भी हमारे किचन से ही आ रहा है, कहीं बाहर से नहीं आ रहा है। हालांकि मैं बायोटेक्नोलॉजी का विद्यार्थी रहा हूँ, मगर वो बायोटेक्नोलॉजी भी किचन से आई। और हिंदू सभ्यता में जो सबसे पुराना इवेंट अगर किसी को याद हो जो बायोटेक्नोलॉजी से रिलेटेड हो, कोई बता सकते हैं? सबसे पुराना, थोड़ा सा दिमाग पे जोर डालेंगे, हम रोज सुबह उठ के सबसे पहले उन्हीं की पूजा करते हैं। गणेश जी। कैसे हुआ था उनका उद्भव? दैट वाज सम, वो ऐसी चीज थी जो बायोटेक्नोलॉजी के बहुत करीब थी, या शायद पूरी बायोटेक्नोलॉजी थी जो आज तक कोई दूसरा आदमी कर भी नहीं पाया। सदियों सदियों चली गई, मगर वो चीज आज तक भी हम दोबारा नहीं कर पाए। तो बायोटेक्नोलॉजी वहां से शुरू होती है। बायोटेक्नोलॉजी शुरू होती है आपके किचन से, जहां आप हर रात दूध में जामुन लगाते हैं और सुबह दही तैयार करते हैं। बायोटेक्नोलॉजी वहां से शुरू होती है जहां आप आटे में कुछ मिलाते हैं, क्या मिलाते हैं, यीस्ट या कोई चीज, और सुबह उसके भटूरे बनाते हैं या कुछ और बनाते हैं, ब्रेड बनाते हैं। तो बायोटेक्नोलॉजी तो जन जन में निहित है। आप सभी ने पढ़ा होगा शायद कि मानव का उद्भव कैसे हुआ। पहले आयरन एज और उसके बाद दूसरी एज, कैसे कैसे हम लोग इवॉल्व हुए। आज हम बायोटेक्नोलॉजी के थ्रू उस सब पूरे को एक फाइलोजेनेटिक चार्ट में दिखा सकते हैं, एंड वी कैन सी कि कौन से ऑर्गेनिज्म के बाद कौन सा ऑर्गेनिज्म पैदा हुआ। ज्यादा नहीं बोलूंगा इस बारे में, थोड़ा डिपार्टमेंट के बारे में बताऊंगा। डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ बायोटेक्नोलॉजी डील्स विद ऑल दिस थिंग्स। इन सभी प्रोजेक्ट्स में आप अगर कुछ भी करना चाहें, यू आर ऑल इनवाइटेड। एनीथिंग न्यू, एनीथिंग इनोवेटिव, एनीथिंग फॉर रनर, आप आ सकते हैं हमारे पास। मैं पर्सनली पहले बायोइन्फॉर्मेटिक्स प्रोग्राम देखा करता था और 20-22 साल तक मैंने उस प्रोग्राम को चलाया। हमारे देश भर में 170 सेंटर से एक सेंटर जेएनयू में भी था, जो उनमें से एक बड़ा सेंटर था, सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस इन बायोइन्फॉर्मेटिक्स। और देश के करीब करीब हर कोने में हमारा एक सेंटर हुआ करता था। और प्रोग्राम इतना बढ़िया था, उससे 700 से 800 पब्लिकेशन हर साल निकलते थे, जिनमें से कुछ नेचर के, कुछ हाई प्रोफाइल जर्नल्स के पब्लिकेशंस थे, और बाकी सब आप 4 और 4 से नीचे के इम्पैक्ट फैक्टर के। इट इज ए वेरी बिग प्रोफाइल। You can see the details on the DPT website and you can come to me. Presently I am dealing with some support for the conferences, exhibitions, popular lectures and similar things, outreach programs of the department, and apparently this is one of these programs where we have given little support. तारीफ नहीं करूंगा, बट हाँ, लोगों का उत्साह बहुत है, आगे आते हैं, अच्छा काम करते हैं। मगर साइंस में, विज्ञान में एक कमी है। कमी ये है कि हम उसको बताते कम हैं। मैं सुबह ही मेरी रूपल जी से बात हो रही थी, तो हम लोग अपने प्रोग्राम के बारे में कोई इन्फॉर्मेशन देते हैं, उसमें 20, 25, 50 लाइक्स आते हैं, मगर अगर मीडिया देता है तो 25 मिलियन आते हैं। अगर मूवी इंडस्ट्री देती है तो 50 मिलियन आते हैं। तो ये जो गैप है, ये जो हमारी बात जनता तक नहीं पहुंच रही है, ये जो विज्ञान जनता तक नहीं पहुंच रहा है, इसे हमें कैसे आगे बढ़ाना है। सो आई थिंक ये हम सबको मिलके ही करना है कि विज्ञान को जनता तक पहुंचाएं। और स्त्री शक्ति इसमें बहुत बहुत बड़ा महत्व रखती है, क्योंकि सब कुछ शुरू भी यहीं होता है, सब कुछ खत्म भी यहीं होता है। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful explanation and how lucidly you said what is biotechnology. Really, we enjoyed a lot. Thank you, sir. And now, our guest of honor is Harjinder Kaur Talwar. So, he is the founder of Vision. We know, and we are really today very, very happy to have her. I'm giving her very short introduction. She is the recipient of award by Prime Minister, our dear Shri Narendra Modi, the first prize as a woman entrepreneur. Give a clap. He is the National Board Member, Ministry of MSME, Government of India. She is Advisory Committee Member, NCW, National Vice President, FICCI, CMSME, and former President of FICCI, Ladies Organization. And Madam, you are now Indian Chair, Indo-Uzbek, Indo-Central Asia and Indo-Israel Women Forum. Welcome, ma'am. We are really happy to have you. And madam is very busy. In spite of her busy schedule, she has come here for this program. And madam give us word. Again, she will come tomorrow with us and will visit the expo. Now, madam, this floor is yours.
Thank you. Is it okay, madam, if I talk from here? Thank you so much. Namaskar, everybody on the dais, off the dais. मैं आपसे सिर्फ थोड़ी सी बातचीत करना चाहती हूँ आज. मुझे ये बताएं यहाँ पे कौन-कौन स्टूडेंट्स अपना हाथ खड़ा करें जरा. There are a lot of you. So let me to start my talk with you. आप सबको मालूम है मैं एक छोटी सी जगह पे पैदा हुई थी जो एक छोटा सा टाउन था हरियाणा में, जींद. और वहाँ पे कुछ भी नहीं था, मतलब आई एम टॉकिंग टू यू ईयर्स बैक. और लड़कियाँ बोलती नहीं थी. जब हम जाते थे तो मम्मी पापा बोलते थे कि बेटा बोलना नहीं, मुंह नीचे करके चलना है. और मैं हमेशा ये सोचती थी. और एक और चीज़ हमेशा हमें बोला जाता था कि पढ़ लो और अच्छे घर में शादी करनी है. आप लड़कियों के लिए बता रही हूँ. मैं हमेशा ये सोचती थी कि इसका मतलब जो लड़की गूंगी है उसकी तो सबसे पहले शादी हो जाएगी. नॉट. आई रियलाइज इट लेट एंड माई फादर ओनली मेड मी रियलाइज. आई एम वेरी शॉर्ट. मैंने इतनी हील पहन के चलती हूँ और बहुत छोटी. और मेरे को हमेशा इस चीज़ का कॉम्प्लेक्स था कि मैं छोटी हूँ. और मैं हमेशा पिताजी के पास जाके बोलती थी, पिताजी मैं तो बिल्कुल छोटी हूँ और सरदानियाँ तो लंबी लंबी होती हैं. तो पिताजी कहते थे पुत्र की होया, कद छोटा थे की होया, कुर्सी उच्ची लल्ला. And that sat here कि हाँ कद छोटा थे की होया, मैं कुर्सी भी तो उच्ची रह सकनी है. You talking about role of women in science and technology. I'm saying role of women is a must in science and technology. If we are not there, हम 50% है अपनी कंट्री का. हम कैसे चुपचाप बैठ सकते हैं? हम कैसे कह सकते हैं कि हम घर बैठेंगे और हम कुछ नहीं करेंगे? हम कैसे देख सकते हैं भारत को लीडिंग इकोनॉमी बनना वर्ल्ड की अगर हम कुछ नहीं करेंगे? मैं साइंस के बिजनेस में ही हूँ. मेरा बिजनेस भी बड़ा अलग है जो मैं आपको बताना चाहती हूँ. इंटेलिजेंट ट्रैफिक एंड ट्रांसपोर्ट. मैं किसी को नहीं बताती हूँ इस बारे में क्योंकि बहुत लोग नहीं समझते हैं. बट मैं एक ही औरत हूँ इंडिया में जो इस बिजनेस में हूँ. मैं ई टोल बिजनेस, हाईवे ट्रैफिक मैनेजमेंट सॉल्यूशन और जो फास्टैग आप देखते हैं ना जो आजकल कारों पे लगता है, मैं उसमें फ्रंट रनर हूँ कंट्री में. मैं आज जाके हर जगह बात करती हूँ. एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन थी आईवेक जो यूएस में बनी थी एंड इंडिया वाज अ पार्ट. इंडिया को लीडरशिप सीट नहीं देते थे. हमें बोर्ड मेंबर रखते थे पर लीडरशिप सीट नहीं देते थे. वो या यूएस लेता था या स्पेन लेता था. मैं 18 को वहाँ से वापस आई हूँ. 16 तारीख को एक बोर्ड मीटिंग में दे अनाउंस मी एज ग्लोबल वाइस प्रेसिडेंट. वी नीड टू टेक इट. अगर हम डिजर्व करते हैं तो हम लेंगे कैसे नहीं जगह? वी डिजर्व इट. All I can say to you women here is that it is not important आप किस घर से हैं. It is not important आप किस घर में शादी करा रही हैं. It is not important कि आपके घर में लोगों का आउटलुक क्या है. It is important कि आप क्या करती हैं. कई औरतें सोचती हैं मैं अपने बच्चे को बोलूंगा वो टेनिस प्लेयर बन जाए, मैं अपने बच्चे को बोलूंगी वो ये करे, उसको क्यों बोलोगे, खुद क्यों नहीं करोगे? बच्चे से क्यों उम्मीद रखते हो? जो आप खुद नहीं कर सके वो बच्चा क्यों करेगा? Never say die is the approach. I will be very happy to talk to you once again anytime you want me to be here. मैं आपसे अपने एक्सपीरियंस शेयर कर लूंगी, बट आज समय की शायद कमी है थोड़ी सी। मैं फिर आऊंगी, फिर आपसे बात करूंगी। मैं बहुत खुश होंगी अगर मेरी बात करने से हम 10% लड़कियों को भी एंटरप्रेन्योर बना सकें और उनको एग्जाम्पल बना सकें। थैंक यू सो मच for all your support, madam. Thank you for having me here. It's a lovely place. I entered the JNU and I said, what a place it is. And I would like to study here if given an opportunity, though. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you, madam, for your motivation. Our children are eager to have your motivation. Really, madam, we need you in Kolkata too. We are having so many units all over the India. Wherever you will go, madam, this is our request. You just inform Leena ji, and Leena ji will coordinate the Shakti unit. And you please inspire them. Give at least 15 minutes to Shakti. Thank you, madam. Thank you so much. And now I am requesting Rita Soni, madam. Are you here? I am searching you from long. अच्छा सर जी, just best wishes बता दिया करो, नहीं तो सब कोई सोचेंगे आपका साथ मेरा दुश्मनी है। आप बता दीजिए। Just good wishes to everybody. Sir is Naresh Agarwal ji. He is representative of DST. Sir is very shy. Sir requested me. He will not say anything. Sir is very good person. किसी का दुश्मन नहीं है, मेरा तो नहीं है। आप just good wishes दे दीजिए।
Thank you. आप सभी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मेरे को सुनने के लिए। Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Rita Soni ji, are you here? Ranjana ji is here. For vote of thanks, I'll call Dr. Ranjana Arya. She is the convener of this Stree 2020. I am requesting Sudha ji, Leena ji, Bindu ji, Ankita ji, please come. Ankita ji, please come. And now we will offer our little gratitude to all of you. Not only gratitude, little love, respect and gratitude. So we will felicitate all of you. I am requesting Sudha ji, Sudha Tiwari ma'am, I'm taking this, to first you give Sudha ji, तनुजा जी कहाँ? तनुजा मैम को, डॉक्टर तनुजा नसरी मैम, really ma'am, we are so grateful to you. Our president, Dr. Sudha Tiwari, is giving felicitation to you. Ma'am, please. This is for you. Thank you, madam. Thank you. Now I am requesting our former General Secretary, now Vice President, the Professor Ankita Bohore ji, please आप दीजिए रूपाली मैम को, पूर्णिमा रूपाल, not रूपाली, I'm so sorry, pardon me, पूर्णिमा जी को आप दीजिए, अंकिता जी. Okay, and I'm requesting Bindu Suraj ma'am. She is the coordinator of Shakti and she is working from 2003, from the inception of the Shakti. Ma'am, you please come and give the this memento to Mrs. Harjinder Kaur Talwar. Bindu ji, please. Because she is in hurry. I am requesting our National General Secretary, General Secretary Vaidya Leena Vavrekar, Madam, you please come and give this to Dr. Gulshan Vadva, sir. Dr. Gulshan Vadva, sir, please give this memento. Now, last, I will request Ranjana ji to give this memento to who doesn't want to talk more. There is only one person. Please, Ranjana ji, you give this memento to Dr. Naresh Agarwal ji. He is the representative of DST. Thank you everybody. Rita ji, Madam Rita Soni ji, are you here? Then I am requesting Dr. Ranjana Arya, Madam, please give the vote of thanks. And after this session will be over. So next, our open session will start soon.
Good morning, everyone. This is an honor to present a formal vote of thanks for this expo, which is going to be held here, which is holding here at JNU, and this is the first time this is happening. And all this is happening because of you, because of our sponsors who are here sitting on the dais. We have been requesting them, and they have been so generous to give us funds to consider our request, our repeated botherings to all, and it's really an honor that I get an opportunity to thank all of you. So I begin with Professor Tanuja Nesri. She is director at All India Institute of Ayurveda, and the most humble person I say I have met. Despite at this position, she was always welcoming, very open-heartedly. She welcomed us and supported us to organize this expo for a collaboration between Ayurveda, research, science, academics, science and technology. And the moment it is women entrepreneurs, she was all for us. So I thank you so much, ma'am, for the whole JNU, Shakti, Vigyan Bharati. We all are very thankful to you for your support. Dr. Harjinder Kaur Talwar is our entrepreneur icon, and I think it was on that front we wanted our academician students to interact with her and get inspiration, and she immediately accepted our invitation and be here at this moment. And I'm sure if the students will get a chance to interact with her, they will benefit a lot and groom themselves to be an entrepreneur. So thank you, ma'am, for sparing your time to be with us and gracing this occasion. DBT, DST, CSIR, the words I say are less, because they have been throughout our supporters, not only in academics, but I have seen now the expo. As far as JNU is concerned, this is the first time this kind of expo is being happening. And they have immediately supported, put up the stalls, Purnima ji, Dr. Purnima, Rupal ji, Dr. Gulshan Vadva, and Survey of India from DST, they were all here and supporting, putting up their stalls. You are all welcome, and thank you so much, Dr. Gulshan ji, Dr. Purnima ji, and Dr. Naresh Agarwal ji for being here, giving us a good support for setting up the stalls. And I'm sure all the students and the participants who are coming to visit, they will have a wonderful experience at JNU. So all this is covered, and I'm very, very thankful to all our sponsors and all the institutes who are here, and they have supported us. Besides that, it cannot be complete without the support of our Vice Chancellor, Professor Stree Pandit, who has given full platform to us and take the lead in whatever way we wanted to conduct the expo and this conference. She has been there like a backbone throughout. She has herself ventured into every aspect and looked at the things, discussed. Even at the night we were doing WhatsApp and she used to answer. that this is how you can do it. So thank you so much, ma'am, for your guidance and advice at every stage while organizing this conference. And of course, the vote of thanks cannot be completed without the support of JNU officials, finance officer, rectors, Professor Garkoti and Professor Dipendra Das, Ravikesh ji, Registrar, Finance Officer, Professor Dr. Kuksal ji, and all the supporting staff from JNU who had made this expo. Even at the last stage, हमें लग रहा था बस अब गया हाथ से अब गया, and it was all turned out back. So that's the power of JNU, and I thank all the participants and the JNU faculty members who had at the last minute come up, and they are happy to be part of this expo, putting up their stalls, showing their innovations, discussing with all the participants, and then of course the Vigyan Bharati and Shakti who were there, the pillars of this conference. So JNU, Vigyan Bharati, Shakti, they're all coming up together with all the support of you all participants and the sponsors. Thank you so much. I hope you have an enriching experience at JNU, and it is a lifetime memorable experience here at the conference and expo. Thank you so much. So, yeah, before we end, there is a little announcement that we will have an open session that is going to be continued. We are running a little late of time, so that open session will start on success stories of women in science and technology and women technocrats. And that will be, we have 3 speakers, Dr. Lakshmi Kantam, who is former director of CSIR, and Nandini Harinath. She is a deputy director at STRAC. I'm sure everybody is looking forward to her lecture, who will be joining online, and Professor Deepika Bhaskar, who is a registrar in IIT. So this next section will be here in Auditorium 1. The exhibitors can move if our dignitaries will be there to visit the stalls, those who can be part of it, and they will be taking a round of the exhibits. But our open session will begin here, and I request all the participants to gather in this hall, be here for the open session. So,
thank you. I have one request to all the dignitaries who is on the dais and our Shakti members and the faculty of JNU. This is my wish. We will take one photograph here. You sit. We all will take one photograph. Please, this will be our memory forever. Please, just, and the open session person, I am really very sorry I have taken your half an hour, but it will be a memorable one. All the faculties, ma'am, please come. All the faculties of JNU. Bibha Tandon, ma'am, please come. नहीं, आप लोग बैठ जाइए, हम खड़ा हो जाएंगे. Oh, ये, हाँ. Open forum, हाँ. Please come. All the faculties of JNU and all the faculties of JNU, all the Shakti members, please be sporting, come, run. We are running time. All the Shakti members, this is our what to say, historical program. Let us keep it like our forever memory. All the Shakti members, please.
Namaste all. I am Dr. Padmavati, coordinator of Open Forum. I request you all to join for Open Forum where you will have an opportunity to interact with the scientists, all the eminent scientists from national organizations. So it's a good opportunity for all the students and also the researchers. Please stay back. We will be starting Open Forum shortly. Can we start? We won't have this.
and JNU in the open forum of Stree 2020. I request all of you to kindly attend the entire session with your mobile phones on silent. This session is being recorded electronically. Now, to start with the program, I would like to invite on the dais Professor Vibha Tandon, JNU, Professor Dr. Sangeeta Karle, Defense Institute of Advanced Technology, Pune, Srimati Bindu Suraj, National Coordinator of Shakti, Dr. V. Padmavati, Secretary at Shakti and the Coordinator of the Open Forum, and Dr. Pratima Solanki, Executive Member Shakti, Indraprasth, and the Coordinator of the Open Forum. I would like to invite Dr. Uma Sharma for the prayer.
थैंक यू। सब लोग वातावरण की यहाँ पर अच्छा बनाने के लिए हम लोग प्रेयर करेंगे शक्ति की। ओम पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते ईशावास्यमिदं सर्वं यत्किञ्च जगत्यां जगत् तेन त्यक्तेन भुञ्जीथा मा गृधः कस्य सिद्धनं विद्याञ्च विद्याञ्च यस्तद्वेदो भयं सः अविद्यया मृत्युं तीर्त्वा विद्ययामृतमश्नुते सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः सर्वे सन्तु निरामयाः सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत्। ओम शांति शांति शांति।
Thank you so much, Uma ma'am. I request Srimati Bindu Suraj to introduce us about Shakti.
यहाँ बैठे डायस में बैठे सभी एमिनेंट डिग्निटरीज को और ऑफ द डायस बैठे शक्ति के अध्यक्ष सचिव और अन्य बहुत ही प्रमुख कार्यकर्तागण और सबसे अनिवार्य और आज के जो रियल बेनिफिशरीज हमारे स्टूडेंट्स जो दिल्ली के बाहर के कॉलेजेस से आए हैं और कुछ आ भी रहे हैं, थोड़ी देर में शायद और भी लोग आएंगे, उन सबको मैं तहे दिल से नमस्कार करती हूँ, प्रणाम करती हूँ। आज ये ऑर्गेनाइजेशन यानी शक्ति ऑर्गेनाइजेशन JNU के साथ मिलकर 3 दिवसीय ये जो आयोजन नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस हो रहा है उसका एक अध्याय है ओपन फोरम जो यहाँ हो रहा है। JNU के बारे में आप लोग तो अब 3 दिनों में सुनते ही आएंगे। शक्ति का भी एक बहुत कम समय है क्योंकि पिछले सत्र से हम थोड़े देर से चल रहे हैं। मैं 2 मिनट में अपनी बात रखती हूँ। शक्ति एक राष्ट्रीय संगठन है महिलाओं की। ये विज्ञान भारती एक संगठन है जो साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी से परिपूर्ण अपने कार्यों में कार्यरत है। उसी से ही प्रेरित होकर बनी ये शक्ति संगठन साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी इंटरवेंशंस के साथ ओवरऑल एम्पावरमेंट ऑफ वुमेन एम करता हुआ 2003 से कार्यरत एक संगठन है। सारे भारतवर्ष में 22 इकाइयों के साथ अपने विविध आयामों जैसे कि सोशल एम्पावरमेंट, इकोनॉमिक एम्पावरमेंट, इंटेलेक्चुअल एम्पावरमेंट एंड कल्चरल एम्पावरमेंट के एस्पेक्ट्स में ये अपने विविध कार्यों को ढाले हुए पूरे भारतवर्ष में सभी प्रांतों में, सभी स्टेट्स में ये अपने कार्यों के द्वारा अपना सेवा राष्ट्र को समर्पित करती आ रही हैं। तो साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी इसका इनएविटेबल पार्ट है और ये शक्ति का उद्देश्य यहाँ पे बोलते हुए मैं रुकूंगी क्योंकि अभी हमारा इम्पोर्टेंट सेशन शुरू होना है। उद्देश्य हमारा ये है कि साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी के क्षेत्र में महिलाएं ज़्यादा आएँ और साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से सोशल, कल्चरल, इंटेलेक्चुअल एंड इकोनॉमिक एस्पेक्ट को एनहांस करते हुए वही महिलाएं उस क्षेत्र में लीड रोल में आए। ये है हमारा एक अहम मुद्दा, यानी कि वुमेन शुड बी इन लीड रोल बाय टेकिंग साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी फॉर द सोशल डेवलपमेंट। तो ये एक एस्पेक्ट्स को लेके ये बना है। इसमें ये ऐसे बहुत सारे संगठन हैं जो ऐसे इस क्षेत्र में कार्य करते हैं। शक्ति भी हेल्थ, एजुकेशन, एम्प्लॉयमेंट, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप और साइंस के क्षेत्र में स्टूडेंट्स को मोटिवेट करने का, ये मेन एक्टिविटीज़ के अंदर जितने भी डिफरेंट डिविजन्स आते हैं उसको सब लेते हुए काम कर रही है। अभी एक्टिविटीज़ डिस्क्राइब नहीं कर सकती मैं यहाँ क्योंकि समय की परिधि है। बस इतना ही कहना है कि साइंस सबके लिए न्यूट्रल है, लेकिन टेक्नोलॉजीज का एप्लीकेशन, उसके जो भाव होते हैं उसमें बहुत डिफरेंसेस यानी कि डिफर होता है। ये साइंस जेंडर न्यूट्रल है तो भी जो हमारी एप्लीकेशंस होती हैं वहाँ पे जो एक पुरुषों का जो भाव है उससे हटके होता है महिलाओं का भाव। उस विमेन पर्सपेक्टिव को, यानी एक मातृ भाव को, एक कंपैशनेट भाव को हम नमन करते हुए, उसको ज़्यादा हम मानते हुए ऐसा एक कंस्ट्रक्टिव एस्पेक्ट्स ऑफ साइंस को ज़्यादा ध्यान में लाते हुए, उसको ज़्यादा फोकस करते हुए विमेंस को ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा, गर्ल्स स्टूडेंट्स को भी ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी के क्षेत्र में लाने का दायित्व शक्ति कर रही है। उसी का ही एक और यानी 2003 से कई प्रयास होते आ रहे हैं। आज यहाँ पे देख रहे हैं दिल्ली के जेएनयू में अभी आज से शुरू हुआ ये 3 दिवसीय कार्यक्रम, जहाँ पूरे साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी की ही बात होगी और वहाँ पे आप लोगों का इन्वॉल्वमेंट और आप लोग इसको आगे लेते हुए हमारे भारत को क्या योगदान दे सकते हैं और सोशल डेवलपमेंट के सेक्टर में साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से हमारे भारतवासियों को और भारत की गरिमा कैसे बढ़ा सकते हैं, यही हम आपसे अपेक्षा रखते हैं। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Bindu ma'am, for enlightening us on activities of Shakti. Now I request Dr. V. Padmavati to brief us on Open Forum of Stree 2020.
Namaste to all. Open Forum is one of the important sessions of Stree 2020, which are to be held for 2 days with 2 sessions on each day, where we will be having intellectuals and eminent personalities from national scientific organizations, entrepreneurs, administrators, research scholars and students who will be interacting with the scientists for collaborations, mentoring in research, entrepreneurship and career opportunities. We are going to have 4 sessions, as I've already mentioned, And keeping in view the concept of Shakti, we have invited the scientists for 2 sessions and entrepreneurs for 2 sessions. And scientists will be presenting their work on the first day, where you get the opportunity to interact with them. And entrepreneurs will be talking on the second day, that is tomorrow. And the 4 sessions, I'm just giving you the titles of the 4 sessions and the speakers also, so that you will get to attend that session where you would like to interact with the scientists or the entrepreneur. So the first session we will be starting today. We are already delayed, so probably we have to cut down on the time given to the speakers, maybe by a few minutes. So 20 to 22 minutes for the speakers and 7 to 8 minutes for the interaction. So hopefully we'll have a meaningful interaction. So the first session would be success stories by women leaders in science and technology and women technocrats, where we have Professor Lakshmikantam ji, former director IICT, and Srimati Nandini Harinath ji, she is deputy director, ISTRAC, part of ISRO, and Professor Deepika Bhaskar ji, she is registrar IIT Delhi. And in the afternoon we are going to have interaction with women in science and technology for research areas and career planning. And there we will have Jyotsna Dalal ji, she is project coordinator DST, and Dr. Renu Pandey, principal scientist from IARI, ICAR institution. And we have director Dr. S. Umaji, she is director of National Research Center for Banana. It is again an ICAR institute. And tomorrow morning we'll be having, again this session would be starting at 12 o'clock. And we'll have partnership and linkages, business women and women entrepreneurs, where we have Professor Sean Ray Chaudhary ji, Srimati Simi Nanda ji, and the Padma Shri awardee Pulbasan Bhai Yadav ji. And in the afternoon session we would be having, it is prospects and possibilities by women administrators. We have Srimati Supriya Badve ji, she is executive director of Badve Engineering, and Srimati Balalata ji, director of an IAS academy, and Gadi Sureka, she is senior manager from Women Bank, and Dr. Priyanka Priyadarshini, research and development chief for Panacea Biotech. So I hope this will be a very interesting session for you all. And in the morning session today, we have eminent Professor Vibha Tandonji as chairperson. She is faculty at Special Center for Molecular Medicine, JNU, has been in science and research, working towards women empowerment and development. She has been working with the Women's Science Committee in Kiran and Disha program at DST since 10 years, and currently she is chair for Biocare program DBT for young women who want to come back to the mainstream in science. And it's indeed my honor to introduce the moderator of this session, Professor Sangeeta Kaleji. Professor Dr. Sangeeta Kaleji is the director at Policy and Planning at Defense Institute at Pune, India. She is an excellent researcher and is presently president of Sharda Shakti, Paschim Maharashtra. She co-owns a startup company, Navyukta Innovations Private Limited. We are delighted to have you both, ma'am. And I hand over the session to Vibhaji to take over from now on. Thank you very much.
Chair, सिर्फ
बैठे, 2 चेयर उस साइड में बैठ जाएंगे, 2 चेयर वहाँ पे रख के ना हम बैठ जाएंगे।
So very good afternoon to everybody, and welcome to the practically the first session, oral session of this particular conference, Stree 2020. We call it 2020 because it was scheduled in 2020, and because of the COVID it has been rescheduled in 2022. And it is really my honor to introduce today's first speaker, whom I call as one of my mentor, and she is Professor Lakshmi Kantam, and Professor Lakshmi Kantam Manepalli. And Professor Lakshmi Kantam Manepalli has done her PhD in 1982 from Kurukshetra University. And after doing her PhD, she has moved to different places as a postdoc, and then she moved back. And she was a faculty first in the IICT Hyderabad, and finally she became a director in IICT Hyderabad. And after being served as a director IICT Hyderabad, she has moved to the Tejpur University, and from Tejpur University now she is Dr. B.P. Godrej, a distinguished professor at Institute of Chemical Technology, Mumbai, India. It is really very hard to introduce her because I don't know, she has every award. She is fellow of all academies, and one of them is Third Word of Academy of Sciences. She is J.C. Bose Fellow. But for the students, for the benefit of students, I would like to tell you one thing, that she's one woman who has really shown us that how can be you self-dependent, you can be self-sustainable. She has given maximum number of technology as a scientist to the India, and she has created, she's at least non-independent director of several industries, and she's one of the person who has given several technologies which has given lot of money to the CSIR and is still into the IICT and then now ICT Mumbai, and her area is heterogeneous catalysis. And from heterogeneous catalysis she has shown that how one can really produce different small chemicals, reagents in the India itself. So for you, this is most important thing. This is one of the most important thing for the science students, because most of them, they think that being a science student, you cannot really do much. You cannot serve you are serving a country, but you can serve in terms of the self-independence also. So that is one thing which I would like to speak about it. With all these things, I have already taken a lot of time. I would like to invite Dr. Lakshmi Kantam Manepalli to present her lecture. Please give her a big round of applause.
यहाँ पे रख सकते हैं, यहाँ पे भी।
Yeah, good morning to you all, and thank you, Vibha, for the nice introduction, and also thank you that Stree, which invited me to give this lecture. And I just wanted to give you the challenges and opportunities and my experiences. And this talk I gave in ACS Symposium in 2014, but I don't have the time to change it, but I have added some more slides to it, and then I start my lecture here. And yeah, so greetings from ICT Mumbai, where I was a professor now. And the ICT is very well known for this one, and we have given so many technologies. And then you can see this is the very vibrant institute, and it is a creators of sprouting knowledge, and also design cutting edge technologies that will have a great impact on mankind and society. So this is the ICT where I work as a BP Godrej adjunct professor. And then you can see that, and here where I have spent 32 years of my life in IICT, that is a CSIR lab, and I joined as a scientist in 1984 after my PhD at Kurukshetra University. And then I served and I became a director in 2013. And I was there, all my research and everything happened in IICT. Later I moved to Tejpur University for a short time, and then I went to ICT to become a Dr. BP Godrej professor. And oh, okay, no problem. Yeah,
You can
so
come later.
yeah. So I think you can hear me, okay? And see, this is the one institute where I spent my life, all my life, that is 32 years of my life. And you can. So this is the first slide I always say about Mahatma Gandhi. What he said, when a man is educated, an individual is educated, and when a woman is educated, a family and a country are educated. So you can see the importance of the woman. So Mahatma Gandhi always believed that women are very important. And this is the dedicated to my parents and my father and mother, because of whom I am here today to speak about my experiences, and also all the women who struggled hard to lead Indian women science. That is very important. You can see all the women I dedicated to all the women who struggled. And next, and my personal journey, I want to tell about my personal journey, and you can see that. Next is, I was born in a very small town in Andhra Pradesh. It is Repalla. And you can see the education. I did a small school in Andhra Pradesh. And also I was born in 1955 in a well-educated family at Tenali. And then also you can see I am proud to be a part of the family whose second generation is in education. And you can see my brother and me, we are two. And then you can see I am very fond of the dogs, and we have dogs and other things at my home. This is my home at Repalla, where I had been my education in the school. Next. And you can see this is and then I had my college education in Tenali, which everybody knows. This is Tenali Ramakrishna is very famous. So I had my education, college education, my pre-university and BSc in Tenali. And you can see that we have started in a small place. We don't know that anything about this one, other education and other things. And my father was a doctor, where I have started my schooling. And then Repalla is a beautiful green coastal town and located in the banks of River Krishna. You can see the River Krishna in Penumudi, and which is near to my house. Next. And you can see my primary school. You can see the school here. This is the Netaji primary school, and where I had initial education. And then I went to Iowa Girls High School. I had my education there, and then I went to JMJ College Tenali, and then I did my BSc final year in VSR College, and these are my colleges. And you can see where I did my primary school, secondary education, pre-university and graduation. And then next slide please. And see, my father is my source of the education or anything. He is my source of inspiration and my role model. And he was a doctor, and he had a great influence on me. And in the early 60s, I am the first girl to go to a school in a cycle. And then I became a trendsetter for many girls in those days. And the upbringing helped me to be bold in all walks of my life. And despite having an opportunity to go for a medical education, I opted for PhD and chemistry and by professional ambition. And also you can see whatever I am today, it is all the encouragement of my father, who is thinking ahead of time, and also he has vision and fast decision making and providing freedom to shaping my career. And then also he always said, what you want and who will stop you?
So everybody, all your girls and everybody you want to do anything. Nobody will stop you. It is you. You have to decide and you have to do it. That's all my father told. And I always do it like that also. I am not fair about anything and I will talk whatever I want to talk. No, nothing, nobody can stop us. Yes, you have to express yourself and then that will be very good for you. And see, this is the one where I did my post-graduation, and after my BSc, I was a botany, zoology and chemistry, so I didn't get a seat in biochemistry. I want to do pure chemistry. Then I went to Kurukshetra University. I did my MSc and PhD there. And you can see Ranjana is here, and she is also did her PhD in Kurukshetra University. She is also a director of a CSR lab. And then this is my university, and also I did my PhD in Kurukshetra University. And also you can see my due acknowledgement and gratitude to Professor Etirajam. And what happened, I stayed in a hostel for 3 months and another friend came with me. And she was homesick and she left and she went away from Andhra. And then I stayed back, and my professor has 2 daughters and one son, and they wanted me treated me as their sister, and they said that, father, we want to take Didi to our house. So I went to their house and I stayed in my professor's house for 7.5 years, where I did my MSc and PhD. And everybody used to think that I did PhD also with him. Everybody think, oh, this is great that she is doing PhD with her father. How it can be? Like that he has treated me, and I did my PhD, and then I returned back to Andhra. And so my acknowledgement to him, and you can see this is my also getting higher education for women in 1970s were not easy, and outside the state is very difficult. So in that time I went to Kurukshetra and did my MSc and PhD, and also it is only the support of all my family. And you can see that my brother and sister, now I travel a lot, I do a lot, but they take care of everything. So I go to my brother and his family, who will take care of me. And also you can see this is my mother and my brother and their son, and we have a joint family, and they take care of me like everything, and I can go anywhere, I do my work, and I don't have any responsibilities. Next slide. So this is the one after I joined IICT, and then afterwards I went to postdoctoral studies in 1991. I was in Sheffield, and I did my postdoctoral studies in Sheffield, and then later, next. And you can see later I went to so many places, and then after my PhD I joined as a lecturer, where I did my BSc, and then I was there 1 year, and they wanted me to make it permanent, but I am fascinated to research. Then I left that job, and then I joined IICT as a scientist, and then I was there. And you can see that then I became a director in 2013. Then after my tenure, I became a professor at Tejpur University, and then now I am a BP Godrej professor at ICT. And you can see that you want to do anything, you can do. It's not like that I want to stay in Hyderabad. I have many offers, but I said no, it's not that I have to go. Like that you can choose your place and you go. You cannot stay in the same place that I want to be there. But if you want a career, you have to go anywhere you like. Next. And see, these are the one I went to University of Sheffield, then I was a JSP's visiting scientist in Kyoto University 1 year, and then IRC Lyon, and then again I went to 1 year for Tokyo University, and then RMIT University adjunct professor, honorary professor. You can see that when you work, everybody will recognize you, and then that is, you should have one ambition in life, that how to succeed in life. Then you can get everything, whatever you want. And so this is my professor, where I went to 1987 to Russia. So I just wanted to show that you may be thinking that so many slides. I just wanted to show all my collaborators. This is the one I went to Russia, and then in Sheffield, my professor Marco. And the next, you can see this is the Professor Takaya. When I was there, I went to in 94, and then the Nobel laureate he was selected for the Nobel Prize, and then they came to him to for the interview, but he went to Germany after that and he expired there. So in the posthumous they don't get the Nobel Prize. Then Nayori and they were supposed to get, and then Professor Nayori got the Nobel Prize, and I worked with him in the lab, and then Professor Nozaki is also there. And the next slide. And you can see then I worked with Professor Figueros in France in 1997 to 2006, and then next. And next I went to Professor Iwasova in Tokyo University in 2003 to till date, and then Professor Borner, Germany. Just I want to show that we have the many collaborations, and when you work, then people will call you and you can work. So one should have the ambition in life. Then next. And this is the Professor Vinu in NIMS, Japan, and we have in IICT, we started a center, RMIT IICT center, and then we have used to send our students to NIMS, Japan also. And next. And you can see that this is the RMIT center we have established. Now it has established with all the CSR labs so that the students can spend 3 years in India and 1 year at RMIT. RMIT will give fellowship to them and RMIT will give degree. Like that we have sent 22 students from IICT. Now all the CSR labs, they have a collaboration. All the students are going there, RMIT, and they are getting degree. And we have initiated it in IICT. And then also in the, we have the Professor Ramanujachari in Rowan University. We have a collaboration. And what is that for collaboration? It is for the students, for your benefit. It's not like that we go and stay there for money. It's not for money. Because when you have established the collaborations, you can send your students there and they will be benefited more. So we have established many collaborations and we are sending the students to their places. And next. And this is also Professor Raji and Minu, who is the University of Newcastle. We have a collaboration. We have sent many of our students there, and many of our students are working there. Next. And next is my role model. Everybody asks role models because you should have one role model. Because we have many role models. My number one role model is Professor C.N.R. Rao. You think that C.N.R. Rao, still he goes to the lab and he works with the students. So you should be like that. So he is my role model. And Professor C.N.R. Rao, we had taken the INSA meeting in Goa in 2019. Next. And see, then everybody have a mentor. Like and Professor Khetrapal is a mentor. He was earlier Allahabad University Vice Chancellor, and then he is no more, but he is the CBMR Director also. And he was my mentor, and he shaped my career in this thing. Next. So next is my lifelong ambition has been development of green and innovative processes in chemistry. Maybe I just wanted to show some of my research work, and you can see. And you can see that cutting edge technologies for bulk and fine chemicals, and whatever you do in the lab, first you will do in the lab, you go in a lab scale, and then you will go for a commercial pilot plant, and then you can commercial scale. So my main ambition, if you get 100 papers, it's not worth. If you have a single technology, then you can see that how you can make your India rich. So that is my ambition. So I always see that all my students work in the technologies which can be commercialized very easily. And you can see that we have many technologies, and we have 42 research students, and I have PhD. But you can see that half of them are ladies. So I gave preference to the women students, so that all my students are very well placed in number of industries. You name any of my students, they are placed in very well in industries. So every woman has to take lead also in that, to support the women students also. That is the priority also. You have to take care of that one. Next. And this is all about my work. We have developed a number of catalysts and this thing. Then maybe I will show some of the slides. You can, next. Next, these are all my awards which I don't want to show, that already Vibha told. Next. Next, you can see that I got a Lifetime Achievement Award in Indian Chemical Society, and also Indian Chemical Council Lifetime Achievement Award also. Next. And this is I am the member of Atomic Energy Regulatory Board. So many committees, I don't want to tell that one. So if you have something, you can also be member of so many committees, that's all. Next. So this is I became the director in IICT, and this one they have put in the papers everywhere that CSR has, after the 70 years, there was no woman director. So I made the glass ceiling and I became the director in 2013, and now there are so many, how many, Ranjana, now? Six women directors, and our DG is also a woman. You can see that how you can break the ceiling and then you can be on the top. Yeah. So everybody says in that Kaun Barega Karodpati, in that also, I don't know. They always tell that who is the first in that TV channels, it comes to that who is the first woman director, like that. Somebody told that, alright, your name is there, they are showing that like that. I also don't know, that I never see that one. Like that I became the director, and then next. Then women in Indian science, we have to think about the progress and prospects of the women in science. Next. And also you see that again Leelavati, you can see the 12th century Leelavati is that they became and Bhaskara wrote a book on algebra and named after his daughter. So these are the initiative towards the formal education to women begin in during the British rule in India. Next. And as you know that Ashima Chatterjee, she was also the source of information and who made the mark. And then next is the Anamani, and is the woman scientist who work with C.V. Raman. These are the great women leaders in those early centuries. You can see they are very great. Next. And also you can see Anandabina Joshi, and she did her medicine in 1885 in Philadelphia, America. You can see that there are women. And also she was the first lady to complete medical education in USA, and everybody knows about Kiran Mazumdar Shah, how she is inspiration for all the women. Next. And also you can see, this is one I already told, this is the old data, but I don't know, INSA has modified this data. And you can see the women in India continue to lag behind men in almost in all education, science education even today. And you can see the arts, and you can see the total enrollment is the percentage of women in science. You can see the data available in this thing. And also you can see this one in medicine, there are more women when compared to the engineering and technology and other things. And you can next go to the next slide. And also you can see the percentage of enrollment of women in different education in various faculties also. You can see undergraduate arts is more, whereas when you go for the medicine, there are more postgraduate, or you go for PhD, there are more women in medicine. And when you go for this one, veterinary science is also and whereas when you go for the science and engineering technology, there are less number of women. Now it is increasing, and you can see the next. And also you can see the areas of science which interest women most are and agriculture, food, nutrition, biology, biotechnology, information, whereas then small numbers in physics, chemistry, and mathematics. Next. And this one you can see the women in Department of Biotechnology and also DBT and the DAE also, the number of women in this one. You can see the numbers are increasing now because everybody wants women now, so they are increasing. These are the old data. Next. And also you can see that in the awards also there are very few women in the Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar awards and other things. Next. And also you can see that Indian Science National Academy, you can see that the total number is 1044 and the woman is 89, only 9%. Why we not become the fellows? Because the enemies are women only. I said the enemies of women, enemies are women only. Even they are there in the committees, they don't encourage the woman. Why? I can't tell, because I am fighting with everybody. So many people have to fight like me, but nobody fights. Everybody is afraid what will happen to us. But you have to fight. Then only. It's not like that we are not doing. We are doing. Why they are not there? You have to fight. That's all. That is the only motto. how we can become the fellows of the academies and other things. And also you can see the INSA medal. There are only, now it is, you can see that is increasing from 2.9 to 5.25%. Next. And this, you can see the Nobel Prize also. Now the very few women, now they are increasing. Nobel Prize also they have taken that woman has to be everywhere. You can see they are also increasing the woman in Nobel Prize. Next. So what makes women opt for scientific careers? What are the constraints faced by women in pursuing? Do their career paths change after education? How their position can be strengthened in leadership? These are the questions needs to be addressed, and we are addressing, and maybe we see that there will be much hope in the future. Next. And also next. And you can see next. And you can see there are a number of schemes the government of India has initiated. There is a GATI. Next. And you can see that Vijnana Jyoti scheme launched by Department of Science and Technology, because I am not a Department of Science and Technology person, but you can see in the website, because I just wanted to tell you that there are many opportunities of women. And also you can see Indo-US Fellowship for Women in STEM. Next. And also, as already told, that Vibha is there. I am also there in the Women Scientist scheme for the last 15 years. And we have given fellowships to many, and they are now well settled in all industries and all the universities. And you can see that now the Kiran is there in DST. Next. Next is also the Women Scientist scheme also there. Yeah, just you have to see the websites and then you have to apply. There are many schemes for women. Next. And you can, next. And you can see already Vibha is there in the DST Biocare program also. I just wanted to show what are the opportunities are lying for the woman if they want to excel well in science. Next. And you can see that it is to ensure that people-centric sustainable development ensures women's equal access to science and technology, education, training and economic resource information, and only woman has to realize their potential. This is the one I want to say. Next. I just wanted to show some of the technologies we have given. Next. This is my scientific lecture, and this one I want to say that because you can see that where is chemistry, because I am a chemist, I am very biased. You can see where is that one, chemistry, and chemistry for healthcare. You want to see cancer, without chemistry can you do COVID, infections, Alzheimer's, aspirin, AIDS, insulin, diabetes, quinine, malaria, anything you name, chemistry is there. So without chemistry you cannot do that. So these things all with our catalyst we can make all these molecules that I want to show. That molecules are not new, molecules are known. How you design a process and how you given a technology is new. So that's why whatever you do, you should aim to how it can make a technology or we can make it a commercially viable technology. It's not a new molecule. It is a old molecule also you can develop on your own method. Next. And these are the technologies we have given, and all these, so many are commercialized, and I will show you some of the commercial technologies. Next. This one, no, please. Yeah, this is the one technology we have recently developed. This is the para-tertiary butyl toluene and para-tertiary butyl benzoic acid, and everybody knows the sunscreen agent. So sunscreen agent everybody knows, but they use. But there is no technology in India, and we are buying from other countries. So one of the company has approached us, can you make these intermediates for the sunscreen agent? And we have developed this technology when I was at IICT. And it's not easy to develop a technology. It took us 10 years to develop the technology to commercialize. First you do the lab scale, then you go for the pilot scale, then you give the technology. So we are successful and we have given the technology. You can see para-tertiary butyl toluene. This is the one example I want to show you. And next slide. And this is the one we have developed in, you can see in 2013 we have developed and we have commercialized in 2019. Next. And this is the one we have put a pilot plant in IACT, and the next. And next. And this is the 20 liter capacity. Next. And next. And when, you can see that when you are making a technology, then they will compare what is available in the market. So it has to match all these one. And you can see that our IACT product and the market product, it meets everything, and then we can give the technology. And when you are developing a technology, if the economics are not viable, nobody will take. Then you have to show the economics of the process, so it will be useful for the industry or not. Next. And you can see this one, and the price when you are calculated all the chemicals and other things with our process, and you can see it is 94 rupees for the kg, and then we have taken and it is 245 rupees. And you can see for kg is the difference is that much. So if you make tons, how much it impacts. Next. And this is a commercial plant which we have developed in Vinati Organics, and they are making 2,000 tons, 3,000 tons per this thing. And next, this is the betyl benzoic acid which will go into the sunscreen agent. This is the technology. Next. So this is the role of the catalyst is the process simplification, energy savings, economy, and environment, which we are working hard on that one to make the commercialize the technologies. Next. Next, next. So these are the, and you can see all the directors of IACT when I joined 1984, Professor Tyagarajan, Rama Rao, Professor Raghavan, and I am there. Then you can see all the 20, 30 years, all the directors of the photos we have. And this is the one with Professor Yadav, who is the Vice Chancellor. Next. Next with Nobel laureate Stoddard, when I was in Sheffield, he was my collaborator and he is next door to us, and then we met him. Next. So this is the Bombay, so I invite you all to Bombay, and you can visit our institute and you can see the beautiful Bombay, and we have a guest house and we will show you, and you can also see that how we develop the technologies and other things, and you are all welcome to Bombay. Next. So this is my group, and all there we have running some 12 industrial projects, and all postdocs and PhD students, and all they got the Prime Minister Fellowship, and it is bubbling with work, and we are all there and support them. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, madam, for a very nice talk, and you made us go through the journey from right from a very small child in a small village up to an international stature, and also having the companies and developing the technologies.
All because of you people. Woman power. That's all.
So it's open to the audience. Any questions from anybody? Yeah.
Yeah. We do. I have 42 patents. Yeah, US patents. 42 patents I have. Yeah. It depends upon, we license some of the patents to the industries, and some the industries from the beginning itself they are already sponsoring us, so we can give the licensing. Like that we sold the patents. Yes.
That's right. So what has happened is that there is a Western और उन्होंने शुरुआती दौर में साइंस और टेक्नोलॉजी को कैप्चर कर रखा था, और इस तो हम लोग जो भारत में जो आयुर्वेद है या नेचुरल साइंसेस हैं या हमारी जो पद्धतियां हैं, उन सारी चीज़ों को हम लोग वेस्टर्न दृष्टिकोण से, वेस्टर्न साइंटिफिक पर्सपेक्टिव से स्टडी करते आए हैं. तो हमारा कहना ये है कि there is a great opportunity.
Yes, of course.
For
yes.
more and more patenting.
Yes.
Of what is in India.
Yeah.
And we have already reached fifth largest economy.
Yeah.
And unless 40 to 45% women participate in Indian economy,
Yeah.
We cannot become the second largest or the third largest economy.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%.
So these
Yeah.
are some of my comments and questions.
Yeah.
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 If you wish to.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for the comment. Yes.
To the audience, I want to tell that I am Madam's student. Worked just for 1 year, but she gave me for whole life. She doesn't know that I look forward, like always look at her like Ekalavya and follow her. And whenever I get the opportunity, I interact with her. Ma'am, just one question.
And Neha is doing brilliantly in ARCA DST Institute and she is commercializing the technology. So I am very happy that when I went there, I am a board member for that ARCA. We went for that this thing last week and she has shown that now I told her she is already commercializing. I said that I will help her in commercializing more of our technologies. I am very happy to know about her work.
Madam,
Yeah.
it's more than Nobel award.
Yeah.
Madam, just one point for your opinion and for everybody's thought process. Our all fellowships for different academies and different things are happening. So when we are talking about Make in India, Atmanirbhar Bharat, everybody, like we are all working on like translational research.
Yeah.
So don't we need to change our parameters?
Yeah, because it
for
is there.
The selected.
Yeah, they are there.
I feel that it continues
No,
the same.
they are there. They are there. But now people like us, we are fighting for that one. There is there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Translation research also they are there. They are opening up and they are doing
So
it.
again, if we give more numbers to the number of
Yeah,
publications,
yeah.
and
No,
all,
no.
that doesn't
Now-
work nowadays.
No. Yeah, that's true. Translation research, yes, we are also promoting that one. Yeah,
Thank
I
you.
agree with you 100%.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I think. Okay.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Your biodata and details were really very mesmerizing. I have a question, ma'am. Very few deserving scholars of private colleges get scholarships and fellowships. Even though students, they submit very good research proposals, but we feel that private colleges students, they don't get. So what can we do, or as you are in
I
higher
don't
position-
think so now because I am in the so many committees of the FIST and then we have supported many private colleges, private universities. I don't
Ma'am,
think
can
so.
we do anything like you suggest, or can there be anything in the website so that students get knowledge?
Yeah,
and
because we
motivated?
are supporting that. Because as a this thing, the spending of money is less, but we are supporting because I am there in the committees. We have given so many private universities, private colleges also. We are funding from DST side. I don't think so. Maybe yes, we can see that also. I will talk to the officials and then we can do it. Okay.
Okay, thank you, everybody. And we are running out of time. So maybe during the lunch time you can ask the
I'm
questions.
sorry, I have another appointment. I'm going again to CSIR. So sorry that I cannot interact. And anything is there, my mail ID is given and you can contact me and I will be there to help you all. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, and thanks a lot.
We should give a big round of applause for them.
Now we have the next speaker. I'll request Professor Vibha for the introduction. Yeah. Before we do that, I request Professor Vibha to offer a memento to Professor Lakshmi. Thank you.
ये तुमने गलत लगा दिया। So,
we are all overwhelmed with the amazing experience of or amazing journey of Dr. Lakshmikantam Panipalli. And the next speaker in this series is Srimati Nandini Harinath. And first of all, I would like to apologize to her for the delay. And I would also like to say, because of certain reasons, I can see that she's waiting for us. And Dr. Nandini Harinath is one of the leading women scientists who have been active in the Indian Space Research Organization, and she is widely recognized as the Deputy Operations Director for Mangalyaan Mission. Srimati Nandini Harinath is well known for her contribution as the Project Manager and the Mission Design Deputy Operations Director of Mars Orbit Mission, whose success is remembered by the name of Mangalyaan Mission. So all of us know how important is Mangalyaan Mission. Please give a big round of applause to her. And she has been working with the ISRO for 27 years. And she has worked for over 20 satellite missions in the key designations. She is presently a Deputy Director of Spacecraft Operations, and she is responsible for the tracking and control of 29 low Earth orbiting satellites. I can only say to my students, my delegates, participants, that if we are able to do this conference just because of the satellite, just because of the scientists, if our satellite doesn't work, if people like Srimati Nandini Harinath are not there, we cannot communicate to each other. We are surviving just because of these kind of a scientist. So once again, I would like to call upon Dr. Srimati Nandini Harinath to deliver a lecture today. And welcome, madam. Welcome to all. Can you listen us? Hello?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sure. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor Vibha, for the kind words. And first of all, thanks for inviting me, Shakti, JNU, and Dr. Padmavati, who we've been communicating. Firstly, let me apologize for not being there in person amongst you. We have a launch coming up on Saturday, and we are amidst rehearsals, reviews, and final checks for the launch. The center I work in is responsible for tracking both the launch vehicle and the satellite. We use a network of ground stations all around the world. So a lot of things have to be in place, and a lot of rehearsals are going on, data flow checks, the last minute checks before the launch. But of course, it's an honor to be a part of this event. I would have liked to personally attend it though and interact with each and every one of you. Today I'm here to share my personal experiences working in this esteemed organization. I won't be talking much about satellites though. When I was reading about, I saw the pamphlet and I saw Stree, the acronym itself was fascinating, and it's so aptly chosen. Women in science and technology, though we say we have a big underrepresentation, just by going through the list of speakers that we have here today, it gives me a comforting feeling. I must compliment the organizers for getting so many renowned women in various fields of science and technology together. And it's also a privilege to be amongst such highly accomplished women. As science and technology, entrepreneurship and enhancement, I thought they were distinct, but then it makes a lot of sense now, more so in the space sector, wherein all of you know now, space sector is opening up to private players, and a lot of private entrepreneurs with their own startups who are interested in working in this sector. So it couldn't be coming with a better timing, your event. So coming back to Shakti, Shakti, as you see, Shakti means basically power, energy. Energy being present everywhere, Shakti is forever activated. Shakti is something that we all, it's the innate power that we all possess to strive, to excel, and to belong. Generally, these events like this, they're meant to say that we have to have good inclusion and diversity in every area, and more so in the STEM area. So the STEM field by itself, the initiative by itself it's a great initiative, because gender diversity makes us stronger, more competitive, and probably more innovative and creative. Thanks to initiatives like this, we are finding more and more women in unconventional careers. Women today are CEOs, peacemakers, even stand-up comedians, fighter pilots, and they've crafted their presence in every field one can imagine. And there's ceilings, as we call it, in every sector. Now, having said that, it's a fact and reality that we do have underrepresentation of women, especially in influential and leadership positions. We all know, the earlier speaker was mentioning about Nobel Prizes, and she herself is the director of the center. That's the change that we are seeing today. And we know that Marie Curie was the first one to receive 2 Nobel Prizes in both physics and chemistry. But I strongly believe that if you're not going to include everyone into the mainstream by providing them facility and opportunity, we might be missing out a hidden Marie Curie somewhere amongst us. Now coming to my personal story. I joined ISRO way back in 1996. I joined a group called Mission Planning and Analysis Division. It didn't have many women then because the job required many odd hours and at the control center, especially during a launch, and that too without any time save. Like you had to work maybe late into the night and probably not be even able to go home the next morning. So, because the launch itself, the satellite, the geometry of the satellite and the Earth, it demands that we might have scheduled operations throughout the day and night. So, but then it was then that people were worried to take women in the division because they thought that having them in the team might pose some constraints and have manpower issues because they might not be able to support all the time. But then over a period of time, women in this division earned the tag of being reliable and available at the operations center any time of the day. It could be a Sunday, it could be in the middle of the night, because the spacecraft can have an anomaly at any point of time, and what was thought to be a woman's weak domain became our strength and strength today. So, so that's how the journey started way back in 1996, and my first important mission, wherein I was actually designated, you are a part of a team, but when you are designated with a key post, then you become responsible for certain activities and for the mission itself. So the first mission came across in 2003. It was a remote sensing satellite. It was an Earth observation mission, taking images of the Earth. At that point of time, I had a 2-year-old. My younger one was actually 2 years old. So, like I said, our work during the launch is pretty intensive. And at times, not possible to go home at all. But then this was a time I'm actually thankful to my family for stepping up and helping me out to support this mission. This was the first time, and it also happened that my boss, who was actually in charge of the operations, his wife met with an accident. So I had more responsibility, even though I was only a spacecraft operations manager. I had more responsibility towards handling the mission. But this is something I tell young mothers today, that opportunities don't come very often, but when they do come, we should step in. So, so that was one opportunity that I really took. And I have worked for more than 20 missions in key positions after that, and Each one of them posed different challenges, not, not just in the professional front, but also in the personal front. So another one of my very memorable missions, I like to mention this because it was one exciting mission that was way back in 2007. It was called the SRD, Space Capsule Recovery Experiment. It was just a 13-day mission, a short and sweet mission. The objective of this mission was to put a satellite in space and then keep it in orbit for 13 days and then recover it entirely, like, in an integrated manner. So it was the first time that ISRO was doing a re-entry mission. And those days in 2007, there was not much publicity given to this mission, even though it was one of the most important missions that we ever did. So, it's also kind of a precursor to the human space mission wherein we need to recover the satellite and the astronaut safely. But this was a much smaller satellite, in terms of weight and volume, it was much smaller. But this was way back in 2007 itself. So the challenge about the mission was, when it's in orbit, you need to do a deboost maneuver, kind of a braking maneuver to change the trajectory from orbit so that it re-enters at a predefined point. And what was most challenging was it has to survive the atmospheric re-entry. So while it enters the atmosphere, it experiences immense heat. So it had to survive the re-entry, remain intact structurally and as one piece, and then after it entered the atmosphere, it had to further brake, because while it impacts, it should impact with a very low velocity. So we had designed many parachutes, and then finally when it impacted in the Bay of Bengal, it had to open up a flotation system. So all of this had to work, and it was being tested for the first time, and then it had to work on the very first attempt. So though we had done many rehearsals, this mission did give us many heart-stopping moments. So all the hardware was new, and then the entire sequence was to work in an automated fashion without any ground intervention. But then, why the mission remains good and sweet in the memory is it was 100% successful, and then even till today we've not had another re-entry mission. But it also meant on the personal front that all the 13 days the mission was in orbit till the time it actually touched down. I had to stay in the guest house in the campus for the entire duration. And as we prepared for a 13-day plan to keep the spacecraft in orbit, I had to also prepare for a 13-day plan to make up for my absence at home. So luckily for me, every launch would mean asking my parents or my in-laws to come and stay with us for a few days, and they always obliged. So that aspect I was extremely lucky. And my boss would always jokingly say, so you're activating your backup support at home, is it? And call for you call for reinforcements during the launch. It is similar to at the home front too. So you call for reinforcement and activate your backup support system. So this is very similar to what we actually do to the satellite, but this is something that I want to emphasize because unless you have a good support system, it's extremely important to have that, and whether it's in the office or at home, a family support is almost impossible to achieve something on your own. To manage both the professional and the personal life without having a good backup support, it is almost impossible. Now, coming to Mangalyaan, and I'm sure, Mangalyaan itself was a very well publicized, and a lot of information that went on Mangalyaan. But then I was the Deputy Operations Director for it. It was our first interplanetary mission. What is challenging about Mangalyaan was we just had 18 months from project sanction to launch. Why 18 months is because because of the geometry, the opportunity to have an optimal trajectory to Mars comes once in 18 months because of the Sun, Earth and Mars geometry. So it would be efficient in terms of both fuel and energy. So this opportunity ISRO did not want to let go, and having got money and got the project sanctioned by government, it was something that was exciting to all of us. But you know, having worked on many critical missions earlier, Mangalyaan provided a totally different type of challenge. I mean, we were entering into a totally unknown realm. For the first time, the satellite was actually leaving the Earth's gravity, and it had to get captured around Mars. We were flying new type of hardware. The receiver that would communicate to the satellite itself was a totally different design, and it had to be extremely sensitive to receive a signal from 400 million kilometers. And the navigation itself was another big challenge, because it's more like it's a rendezvous problem. You know, the satellite leaves Earth and the Mars, it has to reach Mars at a designated time, and you're kind of targeting a pillbox of say 50 kilometers from a distance of 650 million kilometers. You know, to navigate and to target such a kind of requirement was something extremely challenging. And eventually, when the satellite actually reached Mars, it had to do a deboost burn to get captured around Mars. So it required huge amount of mission planning, and it posed many challenges. So all that work accomplished, I'm not going to be talking about Mangalyaan mission. It's history now, and it was well publicized, and most of you would know, have a lot of details about the mission. But what I want to tell you all is, I consider myself lucky to get this great opportunity to work for this mission. But then, you know, like I said earlier, when doors of opportunity open, we need to rush in. But looking back now, the opportunity didn't quite come just like that. You know, though we say we are lucky, but it didn't come just like that. It took years and years of hard work to create that confidence in the management that one had the capability to handle such complex missions. So then coming back to the personal front, by the time Mangalyaan was launched, my children were actually grown up. But every stage of parenting poses different issues. So at this time when the Mangalyaan was launched, my daughter was taking her class 12 boards. But again, the family was proud and understood the importance of this mission, and there was so much involved in the mission itself that they also went through the journey with the same excitement. I still remember my daughter changing her WhatsApp DP, those times it was WhatsApp, now it's Insta and Snapchat and all. But those times she was changing her DP continuously with the mission updates as the mission progressed. So then, as it is said, at any given point of time, life gives you three choices. Either you give up, give in, or give it all that you've got. So what you choose makes you what you are. So now coming to the Saturday's launch, the most recent launch. The reason why I'm not there with you all, it's a satellite that's called OceanSat-3. It's meant to study the ocean and carry out ocean-related observation. Why I'm specifically mentioning that here is the project director, the person who's responsible for making the satellite is a woman. Her name is Selvi. So she leads a team consisting of various subsystem experts, many of them who are women. Being ISRO, I must say women have carved a niche for themselves in ISRO. There are so many women who are in prominent leadership positions today. We've had a women director. There are many deputy directors of many centers who are women. The project directors, mission directors, and project lead. Women probably are occupying every lead position in the organization today. But then it's still a long way to go when you look at the grassroots issues, and in terms of keeping the same level of motivation always, there are of course many issues. So today I see that particularly women, when they're in the peak of their career, maybe after putting in 10, 20 years of service, for many varied reasons, want to take either VRS or want to resign. Many a times it's because of family issues or issues they're facing on the personal front. Even young mothers who are brilliant at the work, till, just after they come back to work after childbirth, they want to move to lesser, stressful areas. They want to remain in the organization, but they want to move to other areas of work which are less challenging in terms of time and effort. But my advice to them has always been that, these are the times one should actually persist. Because you can never cross the ocean if you don't have the courage to leave sight of the shore. So you need to come out of the comfort zone. You need to choose the more difficult options sometimes, because most problems have solutions somewhere. We need to find a statement for today in space parlance. We need to design our life's trajectory and navigate through it. And more often we realize that we do need to make course corrections. Like our satellites, life could also throw some unexpected problems all the time. But that is when you need to make your right choices. To stay put and find solutions on the fly is the key. Persistence pays, because the river doesn't just cut the rock by sheer force after all. So having said that, it's the little, I'm quoting Winston Churchill, attitude is a little thing that makes a big difference. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nandini Harinathan madam. Thank you, Nandini Harinathan madam, for a very, very good talk. I hope you are able to listen to me. Am I audible? Yeah. So thank you for a lovely talk, and let me also thank you for taking out time in spite of your OceanSat mission, which is on 26. So let me wish you on behalf of all of us a very good luck for the launch. And I love the way in which you have shown the balance between the personal life and the professional life. Also that I like the word that you said, life is a trajectory in which you have to do course corrections midway to have a successful launch. So thank you for a very lovely talk. We'll take only 1 or 2 questions, please, from the audience. We are having time crunch. So questions? Yeah.
Hello ma'am, my name is Indra, and it's really a motivated talk, especially for the women here. We have gathered here to get inspired. So I would just like to know that we were all very upset about the Chandrayaan 2 when this cannot land properly, the Land Rover. What about the Chandrayaan 3 mission? Can you please give a little brief about it? When is it going to come to be a...
The Chandrayaan 2, the orbiter is doing really well, and the Chandrayaan 3 is supposed to come up next year. You must have read in the papers.
I can't see.
For next year, 2023.
Thank you. All the best, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Ma'am, so inspiring, your talk. Just one question, are we anytime replacing Google Map by ISRO Map on mobile?
We should. I didn't mention that, but we have our own navigation system called the NAVIC. So we have 4 satellites up there. In the next few years, we are going to get 3 more satellites to complete the constellation. And we're actually already using navigation from our own satellites for all our satellites and launch vehicles. It's just that it needs to be incorporated in the mobiles. But I've heard that government has given clearance for the private mobile makers to install NAVIC in their phone systems, install the chip in their phones, but it's going to happen very soon.
Oh, that's really exciting.
Okay, so let me thank once again ma'am for a very nice talk. Actually, as per the tradition, we have to give you a token token of appreciation, I think we'll send it to you by post. Thanks a lot for your time, and thank you on behalf of all of us here. Let us all give her a big hand. We now have the third speaker of this session, Professor Deepika Bhaskar. I would request Professor Vibha for the introduction.
Good morning, good afternoon, everybody, and it is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Deepika Bhaskar, who happened to be my colleague in Delhi University, and she did her PhD in 1993, and then from Chaudhry Charan Singh Haryana Agriculture University. And then she was an associate professor in Shivaji College, University of Delhi in 1996. And we came into we bumped each other in the Delhi University when she became the Deputy Dean of Sciences. And we used to have the wonderful time. And I would say that when the Dean Research Office was established in Delhi University, nobody knew what to do. What they did, that they brought a woman, her name was Deepika Bhaskar, and they asked her to sit there and start behaving like a dean of research and start doing things on her own. So she created policies, she created research policies, she really was you can say, a pillar to the Dean Research Office, and she was a kind of a communication between the professors and the, bureaucrats, and she has facilitated for all of us. And whenever you go in the Dean Research Office, whether morning 9 o'clock or evening or Sunday or Saturday or Diwali, Dashera, you will find one face over there, that is the Deepika Bhaskar. And then very rightly Deepika Bhaskar was picked up by some very smart directors of RCB, Regional Center for Biotechnology, because they thought that Delhi University is not utilizing her capacity. So they just took her and us from there, and she moved to the Regional Center for Biotechnology, and she served over there for a certain time. And then later on, she moved to the Delhi, to the IIT Delhi as a registrar, and that was the news to me. And I would say that a very good, a very correct title she has given to her talk, the unconventional route to serve science. So we need so many administrator and moderator and mediator, knowledgeable mediator, which is Deepika. So I welcome Deepika for her talk today, and I also want to tell all of you that become a registrar of IIT Delhi is not an easy job. So welcome Deepika, and hooray to you. All the best. Come here.
Thank you, Vibhaji. Most humbled by this introduction of yours, and I must admit that you have been a very big source of inspiration for me, because the boldness, the leadership qualities that she has are remarkable. So, and thank you for having got that opportunity to work with you. Good afternoon to everyone. My talk and my journey is pretty unconventional, as my title would say, because I am a scientist, and I moved on to administration and supporting science, and I just through my talk want to tell all the women, all the girl students here, that just going the research route is not the only route to go. There are other things that you can do to support the scientists who are there in the lab, who are cocooned to their lab. They want to stay there and come up with beautiful outcomes of their research, you from outside can help them shine and glow in whatever they do. So that is the kind of journey that I will speak of, and I won't make it as a very big talk because it's already stretch time. So in my journey, okay. So in my journey, I would to start with. I have come from a small town, Hisar, family of doctors, engineers, and army personnel. And with my grandfather being an army personnel, he was always, and having served in the British Army, he was always that we have to stand on our feet. Nothing comes easy. You have to do all the work has to be done finished first, and then you are entitled to a reward. It could be food or anything. And we as women were never treated as women. You have to work equally hard. There is no difference. No dowry will come. You have to make your own life, stand on your own feet. And that's the life that we want to give you. So from the childhood, I never thought that I am less or I am a woman, I can't do this. I was working in the garden. I was working in my periods. I was working every single time. So that's the training that I have, and that's what I grew up with. For education, I can tell you in our time, there were two routes, engineering and medical, and whoever got good marks would go into either of these. So I had very good marks, so I was not much interested in mathematics. So the obvious grind was move to a medical career. Did not want to become a doctor, but because that's the way it was, followed the grind and gave a few medical entrances. But because I was not interested, I did not get, I got into a medical college, I did not join. And then this other obvious route was go to an undergrad, do a postgrad, do a PhD. I did all that. I became a PhD in microbiology. Biology is the subject of my interest. There also moving into domains where finding the agricultural sciences, amalgamating genetics and biochemistry and statistics. I was always on the lookout for how to find a multidisciplinary domain for my research. So that's how I did that. During my pregnancy, I was still doing, can you go back to this slide? Yeah, I was still studying. So studying, learning, moving, fascinated by new things became my passion. So I still did 3 courses during my, got married in my PhD and was learning pollution management, was learning IPR, was learning, trying to see what management means. And that was not core science. And that's how the unconventional things started coming in, that how can I do science while also knowing everything else? So wanted to be different. Then for the career start, while my son was 1 month old, I got a guest lecturer position in Gargi College. I joined and slowly moved to a ad hoc position, and within 2 years moved to a permanent teaching position. So one thing I've always done, whatever I've done, I've tried to do it with, I won't say 100%, 200% honesty and giving full integrity to my work. So I was doing my work, but I knew I don't want to do this, and at that time, you know, all those that you have to have a research project, you have to have a few publications to move to a professor position and to become a director or head something. So those times had come in, and all of us were looking for who to associate with for a research project. Doing research projects in colleges was very difficult because of the infrastructure that was there, and the kind of area that I was coming from, microbiology, required sophisticated equipment to work with. So I moved on to bioinformatics just to do something on my own so that I don't have to go and interact with many people and find labs where to work with. All of us will recognize, whoever have gone through this, that we all go through these periods if you're not in core universities. But somewhere again, you can, the need to grow, the need to not stick to one research problem my whole life, because whoever works in an area continues to grow in that area and become more proficient and an expert in that area. That's how science proliferates. But I didn't want to do that. I just didn't want to stick to one problem, one lab, one bench. I wanted to grow and move out of that and serve science in a different way. So again, I started seeing the ways I can support research and science. And at the time, there's something here which is disrupting, yeah. So at the time, the Coursera had just started. So the openness to move to international education had started, and I utilized that fascination to learn from people abroad. So there was a Stanford course about writing in sciences. There was a University of UPenn course about digital cultures. There was another course on research commercialization, and another one about innovation management. So all this is related to research, and these were new upcoming areas where people were innovating, people were patenting, they were commercializing research. All of that was coming in, and therefore I started to learn about all of this. And if you look at my profile, you'll see about 20-25 different courses. It excited me what I would want to do next. So one course would finish and I would want to do more, and I wanted to grow and learn. Could you move on to the next slide, please? And this is my journey in 2008. There was a program in the college where the Vice Chancellor came in, and we were talking about futures of biotechnology, and I had organized that course, and he picked me up from there saying that we want to improve the life sciences profile of our university. Please come and join us. So I was made the associate coordinator. Because I was not a professor, so they couldn't give me those kind of designations. They kept giving me coordinator kind of designations. So they made me associate coordinator of the life sciences. We used to sit as a group and see how we can uplift the profile and profile not only for the researchers, but also promote undergrad biology, so that students get excited at that level. So that was the profile that was designated for me. This is in 2008, when we did not know too much of e-sciences, when we were not talking of online stuff, online courses, online classes. That's when we started doing e-labs, e-content. On the first online course of Delhi University on environmental studies, which became a necessary course at the time, and we also developed the first online lab modules, the videos and all. At the time, these were not at all prominent, and in India, no one was doing that. So we started looking at that. We visited Open University UK. We took some content from them, we learned their techniques, and that's what we put in here. And that was the first journey of moving out of a mundane teaching job to something which is more exciting. The next step was, can you move it? The next step was helping in professional development. So looking at the holistic profile that I was catering to, I was moved to serving scientific professionalism, and then I became the academic secretary of the Center for Professional Development and Higher Education, which conducts the usual faculty development programs. But then we were doing something different. We did in that 1 year did about 28 programs on certain aspects that were not touched in science at the time, like research leadership, science policy, research methodology. Making everyone aware about the academic integrity components, because no one at the time was giving emphasis on the word plagiarism was not heard of. People have been, it has become, we are so aware now, but at the time talking about it, so I used to see the Office of Research Integrity abroad. So all these things that I put in as my own talks were the new areas I was trying to introduce into faculty development programs. I continued to do some research in bioinformatics, some personalized medicine components of, and continued to write some research articles, and had I have done 6 research projects in my in the career, so all of these came there. At the time also, again, though biology, there was no entrepreneurship there, but these buzzwords of technology transfer, patenting, and commercialization were starting. So my next set of learning was into these domains. Technology diplomacy also, because there were so many of our research scientists who were collaborating with international organizations, that also was brought in, and all of this was incorporated into the professional development domain. Then was made the coordinator, then again there's a substitute to the director of Center for Science Education and Communication. Science Education and Communication was a center which was about to close, and then they said, let's try to revive. Science communication areas are no longer there in the university, let's do that. So again, to revive that center, move on to the UG programs, starting an Inspired Teachers Network, supporting scientific skills, introducing the concept of scientific entrepreneurship into the university. All of these areas were introduced at that time into this center. From here, we moved on to so the deputy dean thing that Vibhaji talked of. Again, we didn't know what to do. We needed to somehow manage the university. There are 67 departments and 80 colleges. Did not know how to manage the research profile of the university. The first research profile, a booklet, was compiled in this office at the time, and then every year now there is a research profile which comes in. The undergraduate research programs were first time introduced. Research, they were known as innovation projects, and there were so many other policies and guidelines, as has already been told, which became the base of how these operations would be conducted in the university. There was also a research incentive scheme that was started for people who were publishing very well, and how the university could motivate them further. So while you do research, you can also do things to help promote these people, help to see that these people work well, and that is equally important. That's how beyond this, moving on to the next step. Regional Center for Biotechnology was just setting up, and they wanted somebody to do their academic and research management, and with that kind of a profile, I moved here. And most of the initial setups have been done in collaboration with other people, but the new academic programs, the high-end research, there is Advanced Technology Platform Center where you do all the electron microscopic kind of things. All the collaborations with foreign universities, the programs that Department of Biotechnology has now moved to RCB were all started at the time. I continued to write, I continued to learn. There are a number of newspaper articles and research, all with bent of science, still being written down. That's how IIT Delhi picked me up. I feel very proud to be called as the first woman registrar in the 60-year history of IIT Delhi. And this is, and the important part in that is that you are serving science in all its forms. It's not only academics, it's not only research, it's an institute of eminence. But the diversity and the independence that you see there is motivates you to do more. So whether they are academic programs, whether they are incorporating the latest into your syllabi, it instantly happens. Whether you're doing incubation or startups or supporting research or doing consultancies to the industry, whatever you want to do, there are joint degree programs with the foreign universities. There are 2 international campuses that are being set up in UAE and Qatar. And there are so many other student activities that you do to support them. All of this, with the bent of scientific mind, is extremely important. And supporting that gives you a new high. So when we talk of what helped me grow was one, the mindset that, you have to excel in everything that you do. I also see that there are advantages of a woman leader over a man being there in that position. You're more empathetic, you understand your people better. You're more inclusive, you bring in more people, you are a team player. You are good at multitasking, you manage home, you manage your work, you manage outside, you do everything. You're strong communicators, you can express yourself well. You can handle crisis well. You do that when your child is small. You do that every minute. So you can handle all these well. You can wear many hats at one time. And you can always learn to defy the odds. Move against the stream and run. You will always be able to run. So while I needed to, I was told to talk about certain challenges that I faced as a woman. But inner motivation is most important, so I couldn't think of anything. So what is the take home for my young friends here? One, give 100, 200% to whatever you do. Never do anything half-heartedly or with a mind where you are not interested. Never compromise on your integrity. Keep your values intact. Always, always keep your values intact. They will ground you. They will bring you back, nothing else. Take one step at a time. You see my journey. You grow, you learn, you grow. And you also learn how to survive, how to excel. So have that patience in you. Be confident in your abilities. God has made you unique. You have it in you. You just can do it. Emotional intelligence, extremely important. Learn to be a professional at work, not mix things. Extremely important to draw that line where you would know where to take what. Keep the balance. Just don't overwork. I have done so. Now I can say, work out, take care of your physical health, have adequate sleep, have some life outside work, but don't compromise on work. When you work, don't go out and chat and spend time in the canteen. Work when you work. Be comfortable saying no. If you know it doesn't suit you, you should know when to draw that line. And be financially smart. All of us women, all of us girls should know how to make ourselves financially comfortable. So that's the end of my talk. Dream big. Don't compromise. The world will fall in place. So that's it from my side. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Professor Deepika, for a very nice talk. It was a kind of a summing up talk for the entire session, especially because of the last slide. Questions? We can have a couple questions. Yes. Have the mic.
You can take this mic. I'll stand here.
Hello, good afternoon, ma'am. I'm Dr. Shubhra from Amity University, Haryana. I head the solar engineering department. And I've seen that you have taken up career in different areas. Now my question is, because I'm also from the interdisciplinary field, I did my MSc in applied mathematics. After that, I did my MTech in energy studies. Then I did my PhD in mechanical engineering. That's the course that I have taken up. But what I find, we talk about interdisciplinary in every course, every seminar, everywhere I go, I listen that we promote interdisciplinary. But when it comes to job, the thing that is asked for an engineering faculty, because mostly the ladies or the girls, they opt for a career in academics. So when we see for a job in engineering, they ask for BTech, MTech and PhD in engineering. Now, how will you place the students who have opted for an interdisciplinary study in this particular like expertise when you are asking for, when you are giving for asking for a job? So if we are unable to take the students who have opted for an interdisciplinary course, then why are we not changing the criteria of selection process for the job? That's my question, ma'am. I hope I was clear.
Yeah, sure. So again, considering my route, I've been unconventional. So whatever you are looking for is a conventional, moving into a assistant professor and that kind of thing. But I think moving into multidisciplinary areas is becoming very increasingly popular. So there's a Center for Multidisciplinary Studies at IIT Delhi, and similar centers must be opening everywhere else. It will also depend upon where you want to move, whether you want to move into mechanical engineering or wherever, whatever are the different other fields that you have come from. That's the route that you have to choose and talk to those kind of people. I think moving across different departments is very common nowadays. You just need to find the right place. And maybe if required, I can help you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yeah. And if I may add this, there is this new national education policy which is coming up, and it's going to give those kind of opportunities. There's one question back there. You don't need a mic. Yeah. आगे आ जाइए. Sure, I think IIT is open to everyone. And GNU would be equally inclusive, I know. So let's do this. Sure. Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. Yeah.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your excellent talk. And myself, Shilpa Pandey. I'm working as scientist at Birbal Sahani Institute of Fellow Sciences, Lucknow. And my question is more relevant to the unconventional route. Reason behind, generally we have heard a lot that a good researcher cannot be a good administrator in our institute also. And most of the organization, if you talk about the recruitment of the directors and the highest position, administration positions, so it is like that. So my question is like that, or I seek your suggestion in the way around. If somebody has an administrative quality, this is one thing, but we cannot pursue being a researcher. But we feel sometime and we want to do something more to make from one jump to the another jump, that is from the research jump to the administration jump. So hearing you, definitely most of the women sitting in the auditorium, now we feel that you will be our one of the role model. because you have completed the entire route. So I seek your suggestion how we can have the trainings being a researcher so that in coming future, if we find a good route to jump, then we can move on to the administrative positions also.
Long question, short answer, yeah.
See, again, if you see my journey, we grow. That's one step at a time. Having administrative qualities, having leadership qualities also grow with you. So whether you are a scientist, when you head a particular research project, when you guide your students, when you write a paper, all of these are areas where you are selecting how to come up and dominate your group. In addition to that, if you talk about the professional development, like Vibhaji is with BioCare, Kiran, these are also places which teach you administration. So moving to ministries for some time and taking up administration there will also help. And also there are professional development courses in science administration that are coming up more abroad, but now there are Indian universities also collaborating. I'll try and organize something like this for women, and definitely Vibhaji, I'll take her help and we can take this further. Sure, we will definitely. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Professor Deepika Bhaskar. I would request Professor Vibha Tandon to give a token of appreciation to her, please.
Most precious moment for me.
We are very much obliged and grateful to you, ma'am, to have this session with such a meaningful discussion. Now I request Srimati Bindu Suraj to felicitate our speaker, Professor Deepika Bhaskar.
Sorry, I forgot to thank Shakti for giving me this opportunity. So thank you, the Shakti team. I'm always available for any help anytime.
भूख लगी है मुझे पता है, but we need a big round of applause for Deepika Bhaskar in this session. Yes, अभी लग रहा है कि आपने अब खाना मिलेगा. Now we have done hard work, so now we have earned the food. Okay, please.
Now I request Dr. V. Padmavati to felicitate the chairperson of this session, Professor Vibha Tandon. Now I request Dr. Pratima Solanki to felicitate the moderator of this session, Professor Dr. Sangeeta Karle.
सभी को नमस्कार. And now on the behalf of Stree 2020 and Open Forum, I am very thankful to organizing committee of the convener of Stree 2020. They have given this opportunity, and especially to Bindu ji, that she is very time to time कि नहीं बड़ा करना है, अच्छा करना है. प्रतिमा जी सबको बुलाना है. बिंदु जी प्लीज खड़े हो जाइए. And along with बिंदु जी and विभा मैडम ने बहुत मोटिवेट किया हमें. डांट भी काफ़ी खाई हमने, बट इट्स आई थिंक इट्स गोइंग वेरी वेल. एंड बिंदु जी का जैसे एम था, वी आर आल्सो वेरी हैप्पी टू सभी जो रिमोट एरिया से हैं हमें स्टूडेंट्स को बुलाना है, उनको हमें एक अपॉर्चुनिटी देनी है. दे विल कम एंड दे विल सी दैट दे विल बी मोटिवेट कि कैसे आप लोग जो गर्ल स्टूडेंट्स हैं वो आगे कैसे बढ़ सकती हैं. तो वी हैव ट्राइड आवर बेस्ट. आई थिंक सम ऑफ स्टूडेंट्स दे हैव ज्वाइंड दिस सेशन एंड मे बी सम ऑफ विल ज्वाइन टुमारो.
So we are very with the Padmavati. She is also with me. We have worked in night, like in daytime we worked in the office, but in the night we will start meeting at the 9 p.m. and then we have decided to make this like program. So we are very thankful to Padmavati madam and most the speaker, they are very like eminent speaker we have called for this session, and I think most students they have get idea that how they will be motivated that हम अपनी life को अपने हाथ से ही बना सकते हैं. That is in our hand. Am is also belong to a village, and that every student can be do the best in our life. So we are very thankful to all the speaker, Professor Lakshmi ma'am and Dr. Harinath and Dr. Deepika ma'am. So I think we are very thankful for all of us. Now is the lunch time and we will reassemble at 2:30 in the same seminar hall. Yeah, thank you.
अब मुझे नहीं पता कि मुझे ऊपर आने का टाइम दोबारा मिलेगा कि नहीं, इसलिए मैं इस टाइम को ग्रैब कर रही हूँ. सो आई वुड लाइक टू थैंक बिंदु जी, पद्मावती जी एंड प्रतिमा to introduce us who are always in our lab and doing our things. So introduce us with this event. So I would like to thank all of you, and Pratima has done all hard work. So the kudos to the Pratima ji. Please give a big round of applause, Bindu ji, Padmavati ji, and Pratima Solanki, and my co-chair and moderator, Dr. Sangeeta Kale. Thank you very much. Thanks. और हमारे जो ऑडियंस हैं जिनको भूख लगी है, सो थैंक यू वेरी वेरी मच टू बी वेरी अटेंटिव, टू सिट देयर फॉर ऑल थ्रू द सेशन एंड नॉट गोइंग आउटसाइड, एंड यू आर कमिंग अवर विथ न्यू सेशन, गुड सेशंस. सो प्लीज बी विद अस. यू आर ऑल वेलकम. हैव अ लंच एंड कम बैक हियर. ओके, बाय बाय.
ancient sciences in India. In following years, Shakti evolved as a national organization, reaching out for the development of women with the intervention of science and technology. Shakti covers various activities, academic activities, innovation, research analysis and publication awareness for PG students and academicians. State Women's Science Conference, Mahila Vigyan Sammelan, National Women Conference, Yuva Shakti Abhiyan. The aim of this movement is to help adolescents grow into socially aware, empowered youth who are aware of the social issues and is motivated to find a solution. Rural Development Program, Awareness Lectures, Ayur Jeevan, Nandini, Mother's Kitchen. The purpose of this module is to explore issues regarding women's nutrition, women's nutritional status, causes of malnutrition, the effects of nutrition on the intergenerational life cycle, the consequences of inadequate weight and height, micronutrient deficiencies and interventions to improve women's nutrition. The module also addresses the synergistic relationship between nutrition and various deficiencies.
Yeah. Good afternoon, all of you. Now we will start our technical session 2 of this. Title of this session is Interaction with Women in the Science and Technology for Research Areas and Career Planning. So in this regard, I would like to invite on the desk Professor Anita Verma as the chairperson of this session. She is from Crodimal College, University of Delhi. And Professor Anita Verma has been teaching and the research for the last 32 years. While excelling the teaching, physiology, immunology, biotechnology, she has a unique distinction of being the first college teacher in the university. She is a recipient of the Excellent Award for Teacher in the Service in the college in 2021. And she has published more than 100 research articles in the international journals and the books chapters. She is working in the nanotherapeutics for cancer, arthritis and the diabetes. So I also invite Professor Dr. Uma Masoor and as the moderator of this session. I request to Madam please come on the dais. And Madam Uma received her PhD in 2004 from the Goa University in the plant tissue culture and the plant biotechnology. She has coordinated Goa this government initiative through the DHE and the GIP for the economic level plan for the village bodies of the Goa. And now request Dr. Professor Anita Verma to start this session and this invite speaker for this for the talk. Thank you, madam. Thank you. Yeah, you can come here.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Pratima. Thank you very much for inviting me here and welcome to the technical session. First, I'd like to invite Dr. Joshna Dalal as the first speaker. Dr. Joshna Dalal did her master's in microbiology in 2004, PhD in the year 2011 from TERI, was a postdoctoral fellow at Bharat Petroleum Corporation Limited from 2011 to 13. She was awarded with D.S. Kothari postdoctoral fellowship and worked at University of Delhi from 2014 to 2017. After that, she joined a TERI DBT BioCare as a scientist, currently working at Technology Development Board, DST, New Delhi. I'd like to invite Dr. Joshna Dalal, please.
So, can I use this maybe on that? I can stand this. Can I ask Vic?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Stree, for inviting me for this to be a resource person in this open forum. I am Dr. Jyotsna Dalal. I am a project coordinator at TDB. In the morning, I was really happy to see all these students who had come, because generally we get to interact with private limited companies and startups, because that is where our niche is. So I hope some of the students can, come now also, because they are the right people to motivate to get into, entrepreneurship. So I'll start a bit about my organization. Now, Technology Development Board is basically a statutory body of the Department of Science and Technology, and it was constituted by the Government of India in 1996 to promote development and commercialization of indigenous technology and adaptation of imported technology for wider application. So the first board meeting was held in 1996. Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam was amongst member of the first board of TDB. So he really helped in initiating creating the mandate and the objectives of the organization. And the board has members both from the government as well as from the industry. So our mandate is to provide financial assistance to industrial concerns and other agencies attempting commercial application of indigenous technology or adapting imported technology for wider domestic applications. We also provide financial assistance to such research and development institutions engaged in developing indigenous technology or adaptation of imported technology for commercial application as may be recognized by the central government, or perform any other function as may be entrusted by the central government. So the important information here is that we provide financial assistance for commercialization of an indigenous technology. So this is generally the life cycle of an application for funding. So it is generally private limited companies and startups that apply to TDB. So it starts with the submission of a proposal, and a project coordinator such as me is assigned to look into that project. So the applications that are submitted to TDB they are evaluated for their scientific, technological, commercial and financial merits, and they are evaluated at two levels. One is the initial screening committee, and there's also a project evaluation committee which goes on site and sees how technologically viable and how commercially feasible the project actually is. Then there is the sanction is made to the company, and the companies work on the project. So what TDB provides is in the form of a loan, so which means there is also a repayment associated with it. So the type of projects which can be funded by us. So there is the development and commercialization of a new product, process, application through indigenous technology, significant improvements in the existing products or process or applications, substantial quality upgradation, reduced material consumption, reduced energy consumption, cost reduction, improved competitiveness or improved economics, development and deployment of technology or design to satisfy existing occupational health or other standards or improve upon them, development and deployment of technology or design necessary to satisfy domestic or foreign environmental requirements or standard current or anticipated, development and deployment of technology to satisfy the requirements of domestic legislation and or decisions of the judiciary or product liability legislation in export markets, adaptation, modification to product processes which have been imported so as to make it suitable for wider domestic application, replacement of imported raw materials or components with indigenous substitutes, providing the socio-commercial viability of new and or renewable resources of energy, development of technology to meet the medical standards and providing social commercial viability of biomedical equipment and devices, and hazardous waste recycling. So the projects that are submitted to us, their costs are basically in the form of CAPEX. So land, site development, building civil works, plant and machinery, fixed assets, technical know-how, filing, cost for filing patents, contingency, even margin money for working capital is given. But the catch here is TDB support is limited to 50% of the total project cost. So and there is no limit to what we can fund. If you have a project for 50 crores, we can fund you 50 crores. But if that project is for 50 crores, you are required to bring in 25 crores from your end. So it depends on you as well. The reason why we do this is because, when we get a grant or when repayment is not really involved, and when we don't have to put anything from our end, it is not really a risk for us. I mean, big deal. If it fails, it fails. But when your money, when your finance or your efforts are into a project, then you will try very hard to make it successful. So that 50% actually plays a good part to, create a successful venture. So these are the salient features of the TDB funding. So it provides funding for the technology projects at 5% per annum simple interest. So that is the repayment. Now this is much lower than what you get from banks. So this is, and see, it's the purpose of TDB is not to generate revenue or to make profits. We are a government organization. It's not like we need money from companies, but it is necessary, and it also makes us self-sustainable, in the future. So there is so once you work on a project, you complete it, your project is, let's say, for 3 years. After that, you get a 1-year moratorium, during which time you can generate your revenues, and then you need to start the repayments in a time frame of 4.5 years. So effectively, when you submit a project to TDB, it gets closed after about 8 to 9 years. That's the total life cycle of your project. The funds are released in tranches based on the milestones, and TDB does not charge any processing fees for any case, nor burdens the companies with boarding and lodging arrangements during monitoring or the evaluation of the projects. So these are the agreements that we have signed state-wise till now. So we have signed about 373 agreements with various companies, and the total cost of those projects has been about 8,488 crores, and the TDB's commitment has been about 2,228 crores. Now we have funded projects all over the country. We are not state-specific, and we do not even give out calls for specific states. Anybody can apply to TDB. These are the sectors that we have funded. We are sector agnostic. So again, it's not any specific sector that we fund. So whatever your project is on, you are most welcome to apply to TDB. So these are some of the notable projects. So we funded, I'd like to talk about Shanta Biotech here. Now this is a project that we funded somewhere in 97, 98 at a time when people were not really ready to fund Shanta Biotech, because he wanted to manufacture a vaccine at that time. It was a big risk. Why would somebody want to fund a person like that? But at that time, TDB funded the production of this vaccine, hepatitis B. And you'd feel proud to know that even though we just funded them for like 5.5 CR, for a 10 crore project, but at that time, the hepatitis B vaccine that was imported was coming for $23 per vial. After these people started producing it, bringing it to the market, it came down to lesser than $1 per vial. So imagine the kind of money that we have saved in exports. Then, so we did few more projects with them also. Then we have funded Bharat Biotech International. Everybody knows Bharat Biotech now because of the vaccine. So TDB has funded them long time back, when they were like really beginning up, when they were just startups at that time. We funded Ranbaxy Laboratories. We have funded Biocon, we have funded Biological E, Eicher Motors, Reva Electric. We funded Reva Electric for a battery-operated electric car in 2000. It is becoming, EVs are coming now, they are becoming a reality now, but we were willing to take that risk at that stage. So we did fund them. We've also funded Tata Motors for variants of the Indica car. Recently, we have funded Coco's Lab also. I will talk about them. And we also funded Grasim Industries. So since we are talking about the role of women in science and technology, so obviously I wanted to talk about the women entrepreneurs who have been supported by TDB. So Kiran Majumdar Shaw, everybody knows her. Her journey was difficult. She wanted the money that she took from us was for the production of immunosuppressant drug. At that time, that kind of funding was not easily available. She was a woman. The kind of regulatory approvals that she needed to take, it was massive. It was difficult. There was a struggle. You can, listen to her story anywhere. Now, we funded her long time back. Now, the rest of the 5 people, these people, their projects have been funded in the last 2 years. So, initially, women were not there in, the startup ecosystem or the private limited ecosystem, but now a lot of women are coming into it. So, we have funded this lady called Anuradha Moturi. She is the CEO of Kriya Medical Technologies Private Limited. She has worked in Ford. She has no background of biotechnology, but she has a company, which is into biotechnology, and the funding that she has taken from us is for the development and commercialization of saliva direct sample collection kit. Then there is Akshita Kari. She is the co-founder and CEO of Coco's Lab Private Limited. Now she is a 25, 26-year-old girl, basically a girl, and she's like so motivated to do things. And we funded her during the COVID times, for low-cost thermal cameras to identify persons with abnormal body temperatures in public places. So these people, they use artificial intelligence and machine learning to make such devices. Now, these people right now, Akshita, she's doing really wonderfully well. So she's working with Larsen and Toubro now, and making devices to check the accuracy of license plate in moving vehicles, and the accuracy that they're able to get is about 99.9%. So imagine the kind of things that they're doing. Also, now Neha Satak. So this is basically into they have basically in the faster internet, basically. So that is the kind of thing that they are making. Dr. Vibha Tripathi, she has made IoT-enabled point-of-view solar water purification unit for slums, villages, and high utilities. Basically using IoT to control a lot of things. Then recently in the beating retreat parade on the Republic Day, all of you saw those drone show. That was done by Dr. Sarita Elawat, who's the co-founder of Messrs. Biotech Dynamics Private Limited. They were also funded by us recently. So now I also wanted to talk about the career overviews. Now I'm saying life sciences here, but let me be very clear. What I have seen in my experience is that it is quite similar in most of the sectors. If you have so if you enjoy doing research, then you can choose from preclinical research, biopharmaceutical product development, or quality. If you enjoy writing, then you can go into corporate communications, or maybe business development or regulatory affairs. Also, if you want to be a CEO of a company, okay, so then you can get into the ones which are blue in color. So clinical development, into marketing, into sales, into venture capital and banking, into management consulting, operations and manufacturing, business development. When you get a hang of it, gradually you can open your own companies and start working in them. Now, these are some of the jobs which are very hot right now. There is a lot of demand for people in this field. So if you have interest in this, you can go in this. So the highest demand is for VC and banking, marketing and business development right now. I read this somewhere and I just didn't want to miss it. It is said that it is easier to train scientists about business than the reverse. So you are a scientist now, you are into research right now. I think even if you are here, if you want to do business, I don't think it will be such a difficult deal for you. So you should certainly consider it. So the kind of funding that is available to you, I just wanted to give you just an overview of it. So when we talk about technology, we talk in terms of technology readiness level. At what stage are you? Is it just an idea, or do you have a proof of concept? Is a prototype developed? Are you at the commercialized stage where all your testing and validation has been done? So depending on that, you have a lot of funding available via the government. You can check all of these, CSIR, DBT, DST, ICMR, ICR. I mean, you have funding available. Yes, and this is something that I would want to say that, partnerships, collaborations, they are really, really important. I think one of the speakers in the morning session was also talking about, and she has so many international collaborations, and there's so many technologies that she has developed, Lakshmi ma'am, and I think it was really, really wonderful. So these are again some of the schemes for women. This has been talked about before. I don't really want to reiterate, but this is something that has been available to you. So now I want to talk about startups. Now India is the third largest startup ecosystem in the world. There are more than 60,000 new startups recognized in 56 different sectors, whereas 5 years back, there were only about 500 startups. So now people are opening startups, and they are very money making, frankly saying. So now there are more than 36 regulations. I said in Biocon, Kiran Majnun had to face a lot of challenges because there were so many regulations at that time, but they have been simplified for the startups now. On an average, 11 jobs are created per startup, so many jobs are created. So India is home to more than 100 unicorns now. I think we all got to know this about a few months back. And you'll be happy to know that at least one woman director in 45% of these startups. So which means, yes, we are there. We are a part of the driving force now. Now, again, this is for technology startups. As I said, you start from an idea, you have to end in the market, and you have to generate revenues. So again, there are various schemes of the government. You also have the venture capital funds available to you at different stages again. So here, TDP also comes in. We come in at a TRL level of 8 to 9. We provide funding for commercialization of technologies. So you have funding before that, you have funding after that also. The VC investments in India in the Q1 of 2022 was $10.5 billion. I mean, more than 1,000 crores. So VCs are open to funding. They want to fund startups. So this is my last slide. So I wanted to give you something to start with. I feel that when you're thinking, okay, what to do, you should look at the new and emerging technologies, the areas where the government is putting in funding, because wherever there'll be funding, it will be easier for you to do your research and to get funds, to get grants, to get loans from the government. So I think you should start with what are the hot sectors right now. Network. I mean, nobody can, say that without networking you can do anything. You have to network. You have to talk to people, not just for a job. You just have to talk to them, just network, and people will automatically come and tell you where you fit and what job is there for you. In the end, I would like to say, find your niche. I have a PhD in microbiology. I wanted to do research. I have done research for nearly 10 years of my life. I have received funding from the UGC. I have received funding from DBT. The last funding that I received was DBT Biocare Scientist. And I was doing that, and I kind of, I felt that there was something missing. I love science. I love the thrill that you get when you have a successful experiment. I think it's wonderful. It's just wonderful. But then I kind of realized that I'm doing the same thing again and again and again. So I said, okay, what else can I do? And I felt that, we publish so many papers. Okay? We don't take technology to the market. So in the end, are we really touching lives? We are not. I mean, we have so many papers and so many technologies, and we're just sitting with them, holding on to them. I think it is great if you can just transfer those technologies to people who know how to take it to the market, because a certain kind of skill set is required to do that. Scientists do not have it. As researchers, we do not have it. So we need to work with the companies. We need to collaborate with them. We need to partner with them. We need to, get funding through them, with them, whatever way is possible. And yes, you must transfer your technology. You must license it so that, in the end, your research goes to market. That is the end point for everybody. And, find your niche. Find what makes you tick. Find what makes you enjoy, doing things. I think in the end, that is all that matters. So, thank you. That is all from my side.
Thank you, Dr. Jyotsna Dalal. Your presentation was very informative, especially because of this Ministry of Education, who is putting a lot of efforts on educating young in the innovative innovations and entrepreneurships and startups. Your lecture was very informative in that line. Over to the audience for the questions.
Hello, thank you ma'am. It was very informative and I am a scientist and got a BIRAC big grant and I started my venture after resigning from my job. And I'm happy to share that I could able to successfully complete TRL 8 and I am looking for TDB funding a lot, but when I am approaching the forms and all, there were a lot of collaterals and other things which I could not able to figure it out. So can I get a connect from where I can get these fundings? I am already got seed fundings from incubator and there are some people who are interested like PUC because I am working in the biofuel space. I had a stall over here. So if you can visit and we can take it forward.
First of all, congratulations.
Thank you, ma'am.
I think you are one of the people who are doing exactly what I was trying to do here.
Yeah.
So wonderful, wonderful. So yes, our application is quite exhaustive.
Yeah.
I've heard this from a lot of people. And I understand that we're trying to make it simpler, you know.
No, that's not a problem that it is exhaustive, but there are some things which as startup we are not very sure, collateral and director, other things. Maybe we are taking it in other way and it should be some other way. So that is one thing we wanted to understand because I'm really looking to scale it up. I'm very happy to share that for the other people to get motivated that we got this year the National Entrepreneur Award. So that's why we have been covered at Startup Champion and DD Metro has telecasted our episode on 19th only. And from there itself I am getting so many traction and today also one of the client is coming here to meet us because ETP, STP and waste management and Satat plants are coming up and they need a technology partner as you are mentioning. So as scientist, I need to understand because from academia to technology transfer it's very easy. But for the startups, we still don't have that a framework as startup because these big companies, as I mentioned, I can mention you the name PACS, the multinational companies are approaching us. So we really don't know how to license our technologies to them. The order is of tune of 600 meter cube of our product. And
are you from Delhi?
No, I am from Baroda.
So how long are you here?
Till these 3 days.
You are here for these 3 days?
Yeah.
So let's have a chat.
Sure,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Let's talk.
Sure, ma'am.
And,
so I'm really happy to the ecosystem and really I can motivate everybody who has some technology. I had worked as a CSIR fellow long back in 2000 under AP Joshi sir and Kalia sir, where we have converted this waste to hydrogen and still that has not been talked. Hydrogen mission is there. Everybody is talking about chemical way and I am trying to do next product after this is biohydrogen and we got a funding with collaboration from UK, not from India yet, and I am looking forward to TDB to fund me on that to demonstrate that biohydrogen. So yeah, collaborations on the way and there are a lot of scientists who have done a lot of technologies. It took me 25 years to take this bold step. My PhD was in 2000, but yeah, the ecosystem is really helping.
See, this is what our conference is meant for. Yes. So we got one example of, live example of connecting people with those who are needy too. And so I'm really very happy that this is the outcome of our conference. Thank you very much, ma'am. Yeah. Acha, okay.
Hello, I'm Tulika Pandey from Raipur, Chhattisgarh. I have been into teaching for last 20 years, but then in 2016, I left the job and I'm into agriculture machinery business. So what my aim is to mechanize the farmers, mainly small farmers for farming. So we are looking forward for making a small battery operated thing which can do the plowing like the bulls used to do. So I just wanted to know what is the difference between getting finance from the bank and from TDB? the basic difference between
Yes,
these two.
I will tell you that. See, banks will not really give you funding for a new initiative, for a risky business. You know, they will require you collaterals, they will take it. The funding that you will get will be in, the interest will be compounded. It will not be simple. It will not be 5% simple interest. It will be at least 6 to 7, or sometimes even 8 to 9 you get. And it will compound every year.
Okay.
So it comes to a lot of money. Secondly, risky ventures they will not fund.
Okay.
You would have to have a technology that has been demonstrated and proven, and there is market available for your technology.
Just like one of my sisters just now, she said that collateral is required here also.
Collateral is required, but again, we are flexible.
To give the, okay.
Because we are the government.
Okay.
If our technical experts feel, if our
Okay.
experts feel that your technology is worth funding, that
Okay.
this is really
Okay.
something that needs to be done for the country.
Okay.
So we are all serving the country. So if
Okay.
it is required for this country, there it is something which is really innovative and it should be there for the people. Then yes.
So can I look
It can
forward
be
for like
flexible.
making those small battery operated tillage machine for small farmers?
But see, you'll have to understand one thing. We provide funding for innovative technologies.
Okay.
So it should not be like
Copying, I got it.
हाँ, so आपको एक कोका कोला मिल रही है, आप एक कोका कोला बना रहे हो, आपको
Right.
पैसे नहीं मिलेंगे वो बनाने के.
I got that.
ठीक है. So if your technology is such,
Something new.
machinery or farm mechanization is such that it is not really available right
Okay.
now,
Uh-huh.
and there's something new to it,
Okay.
then yes,
Okay.
please, you're
Yeah.
welcome.
Thank you.
Wonderful, Dr. Josna, and you have given us a lot of information. But I am representing this hall, or maybe so many other scientists, that what TDB does, most of the people don't know it. How it does, we do not know it. Until unless you do not conduct the training programs, we will not be able to knowing it. So that is lacking. There is an issue in terms of the training programs or the sensitization program. And the question is coming from more or less from all of us who are already 50. And you think about those people, the younger generation, they really don't know the full form of TDB also. And if you really will not introduce us, and now after COVID, at least you can advertise to online trainings, online, you can ask some of your legal people to sit with us, and you can send to all the institutions your advertisement and make us understand that how can we get some kind of a help if we really want to take our technologies over there. So that will be really helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. You pointed out something
Mr. Last question for this session.
But you have pointed out something really right. I mean, not very many people know us. We have done phenomenal job in the country. You know, last 25 years have been really great for us, and we have really funded the public, the private ecosystem. But we have not really promoted ourselves, and that's why I'm here today. I'm really grateful to Pratima ma'am that she's given me this opportunity that come and speak about what is happening in TDB, and some people may be benefited from it. So see, our website is tdb.gov.in. All the information is available there. Right now we are also giving calls for proposals, so you can always go there. Our funding guidelines are there. You can read about them, and the details, the phone numbers, the email ID of project coordinators is displayed on the website. If you write to us, we cannot not reply to you because we are the government. You will put RTI ki jawab hi nahi dete ye to. Okay, so we have to respond. We have to reply. Whatever your queries are, we will reply to them. We will get in touch with them. Whatever your problems are, we'll try to solve them. We are doing it. We will do it. So please get in touch with us if you have any queries, any technologies, anything like that.
Okay. It's not a question, but just one thing I want to share with everybody. You mentioned about Shanta Biotech. The vaccine which was mentioned, hepatitis B, I want to share with everybody that there is a Professor Geeta Sharma from Usmania University Microbiology Department. She invented the first vaccine of our India, and she was the first founder director, one of the, for Shanta Biotech. We have heard her exciting story of this journey in our organization when we invited her. But I think even organizers can make a note of this name and can invite her next time. Professor Geeta Sharma.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jyotsna. We'll go to the next session.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Jyotsna. And on to the next speaker, Dr. Renu Pandey. Dr. Renu Pandey has completed her PhD from Plant Physiology, IE, Indian Agriculture Research Institute, New Delhi. She did her postdoc from Donald Danforth Plant Science Center, St. Louis, USA. She was a visiting scientist at National Institute of Agricultural Botany, Cambridge, UK. She has a teaching experience of 20 years and has guided PhD students, 5 PhD students, and 5 are ongoing. She has been a project reviewer 2015 to 2020 for BARD, the United States Israel Bionational Agriculture Research and Development Fund. Well, she has many other things also to her credit. She has been conferred by the Indian Society of Plant Physiology Fast Track Young Scientist Award in 2005, the Boycast Fellowship in 2006 to 7 from DST, New Delhi, J.J. Shinoy Gold Medal Award in 2014, which was conferred by the Indian Society of Plant Physiology, and many more. She is a fellow of Indian Society of Plant Physiology since 2014. With that, I think I would like to invite her to start her talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. And a very good afternoon to everyone. Frankly speaking, this is first time I'm going to talk in such a forum because, you know, being a scientist, we are not used to, talking only about science. So this is something new for me. So, but still, we just try to compile some information. Maybe it will encourage the youngsters. So this, my talk is for youngsters only. Do we have? Okay. Oh, maybe I will be doing here.
Yes, anyone from us can change this.
That's fine. I can do it. That's fine. So, outline of my talk, it will go like this. Like, I'll talk a little bit about women in agriculture in general. Then, women leaders in the ICAR and the National Agricultural Research System. Then I'll talk about something about the women leaders in IRA, because I'm from IRA, so I'll talk about that. And then I'll talk very briefly about my work and about myself. So, as you say, that agriculture is not merely an occupation, it is a way of life which for centuries has shaped the thought and outlook of many millions of people. So, but there's like, we've collected some information about the share of women in agriculture. So, this agriculture, it holds 4% of global gross domestic product and 16.8% of GDP in India. This information actually you will get from net also, so I don't think I should read about all these things, but few important things I'll read about this. So women participating in agricultural and allied activities, so in rural women they constitute about 42%, whereas urban women they constitute 35.3%, so they are involved in the agricultural and allied services. Again, in rural India, about 80% of women workforce engaged in agriculture and allied activities. And out of this 80%, 33 constitute agricultural labor force and 48 are self-employed farmers. And only 12.8% of operational holdings were owned by women. And this data is from the 2011 census, not that recent. And the key participation areas for women in agriculture is mostly production, that involves pre-harvest, post-harvest processing, like land preparation, cultivation, all those things, and then packaging and marketing, all other services. Now, a little bit, very briefly about the ICAR, Indian Council of Agricultural Research. to which I belong, because IARA, my institute, it comes under the umbrella of ICAR. So this ICAR, this is an autonomous organization, and this comes under the Department of Agricultural Research and Education, under the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. And this was established on 16th July 1929. This ICAR is actually a society. So it was registered on 16th July. And this constitutes, ICAR constitutes one of the largest national agricultural research system in the world, because we have so many institutes. So headquarters is in the New Delhi, as we all know. ICAR constitutes 113 institutes, 74 state agriculture universities, 3 central universities, and 4 deemed universities. So IARA is one of the deemed universities of ICAR. Then there are 732 KVKs and 74 All India coordinated projects. Our Honorable Minister, Union Minister of Agriculture, Dr. Narendra Singh Tomarji, he is the President of ICAR. And among the 2 cabinet ministers for Minister for State, Shri Kailash Chaudhary and Srimati Shobha, one of the women, that's why I highlighted her. She is she is one of the Minister of State for Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. And our current Director General is Dr. Himanshu Pathak. So this is the position. Like now, I think everybody knows that CSIR is headed by a women scientist. So really, definitely, I would like to see one day that this DG, Director General of ICAR, being headed by a women scientist. Now, briefly about the role of ICAR, what we do, what ICAR does in the country. So it has a pioneering role in assuring green revolution and subsequent developments in agriculture in India through its research and technology development. All of you must have read about Green Revolution, Harit Kranti, during your school days, right? So that came out from the, actually from our institute, IARI, which is under ICAR. The visible impact on the national food and nutritional security, because a lot of varieties are being released from the ICAR institutes, not only food varieties, but many other fruits, vegetables, everything is released from there. Then major role it has in promoting excellence in higher education in agriculture. For most of the youngsters, there is a program called National Higher Agricultural Program, NAHEP, NAHEP. So that is being funded by World Bank, and that is going on. So most of the, if you just open the site NAHEP, you will get information on that. They provide training also for students to go abroad, and they can have 3 months training, and they can also get some funding for their research work under that program. Then ICAR is also engaged in cutting-edge areas of science and technology and development, and its scientists are internationally acknowledged in their fields. Next page. Yeah, while searching for these things, information, I found that this is ICAR, Central Institute for Women in Agriculture. Frankly speaking, I was not knowing about this, so I recently got to know about this institute, which is first of its kind in India and is exclusively devoted to gender-related research in agriculture. And this was established as National Research Center for Women in Agriculture in April 1996 at Bhubaneswar. And Dr. Mridula Devi is the director heading the institute now. Okay, this is again one of the achievements of ICAR. Like I said, you have read about the Green Revolution, but I don't know how many of you know about other revolutions. That is White Revolution, which was because of milk, Blue Revolution, fish production, Yellow Revolution for oil, Golden for horticultural products and honey, Silver for egg, and Brown Revolution was for coffee, and Grey is for wool. So these are the revolutions in Indian agriculture. And here we can see that how the transformation of India from food scarce to food surplus nation, how we became self-sufficient. So before 1950 or till 1970, there was a food shortage, but from there started, and now we have surplus food from 2010 onwards. Well, this is about the status of women in agricultural science in India, and this data is taken from the current enrollment at PhD, MPhil, and postgraduate level in major disciplines or subjects, and this is based on actual response from the Ministry of Human Resource Development. So here we can see that the undergraduate level, the percentage of women is 29%, in agricultural science only I'm talking about here. In the postgraduate level, 38%, whereas at PhD level, almost 50%, 45% is done by, means more ladies, they are also doing PhD in agricultural sciences, and which is a good thing for us. Now, women having the ICR institutes and state agricultural universities as directors and VC. So, Dr. Hema Prabha, first women director of ICR Sugarcane Breeding Institute, which is in Coimbatore. Dr. S. Uma, who is sitting right here in front of us. She is the first woman director of NRC Banana, and first women vice chancellor of Tamil Nadu Agricultural University, Dr. Geeta Lakshmi. Okay, that was about ICR and things, but now something brief about my own institute, Indian Agricultural Research Institute. So this was, first it was established on 1st April at 1905 at Pusa, Samastipur, Bihar. So this was initially called as Imperial Agricultural Research Institute, but it was shifted to Delhi on 29 July 1936 after a devastating earthquake that took place in 1934. So since that time, we are in Delhi here, occupying around 500 hectares of land. So then this was renamed as, after independence, as Indian Agricultural Research Institute. And so the agricultural education started in 1923, and currently we have about 26 disciplines in the institute. So during the last 117 years, so IRA has dynamically responded to needs and challenges of the nation and provided human resource and technologies to bring about a radical transformation of Indian agriculture. All of you eat basmati rice, right? So that is developed by one of the scientists. Now he is the director of IRA, Dr. Ashok Kumar Singh. So he is the basmati man of India, that's what I call him. So IRA has 869 faculties, 4 World Food Prizes, the alumni from IRA. So this is the World Food Prizes conferred upon them. Students passed out till now is around 10,500, and recent new varieties launched are 111, and 11 Padma Awards, and now we have currently 1,734 students enrolled. Women leadership at IRA, status is not that good, if you see this slide. Maybe many more in the past, but this is what I got at the highest level. Dr. Ravinder Kaur, she was acting director IRA. Dr. Malavika Dadlani, she was the first women joint director research, first JDR. And I feel very happy when I go to this kind of room like director's room or JDR's room or dean's room, and if there is a lady picture, because you see pictures are there of ladies, so if I find some ladies' pictures, really good. Now Dr. Anupama Singh has joined as Joint Director Education or Dean. So this is the real picture of IRA now at the leadership role. And some of the head of the departments that I put here. Dr. Rashmi Agarwal, she was heading Department of Pathology. Dr. Debajani Day, Entomology. Dr. Neera Singh, she is heading Department of Agriculture Chemicals. Dr. Natyagi as Department of Biochemistry, Head of Biochemistry. Dr. Alkash Singh, Agriculture Economics, and Dr. Pramila Krishnan, Agricultural Physics. So some of the heads are here. In the past, if they were there, so I mean, I did not go through all this, but this is what currently we have. Okay, about myself or my work, little bit I'll tell you. Like, okay, you know my designation and work in plant physiology. My area of specialization is plant physiology as well as climate change. So the number of students that are awarded degree as me as a guide or co-guide, 17 PhDs and 11 MSc. I'm currently guiding 5 PhD students and 2 masters. And there are 2 postdocs working in the project. Okay, in my 20 years of service, because I joined ICAR or ASRB in 2003, April 2003. So in 20 years of a career, I have 21 external funded projects, and 16 of them as PI, and 5 as co-investigators. And you can say out of this 21, 15 are from national funding agencies, and 6 are in collaboration with international partners. So national funding agencies are DBT, SERB, DST, CSIR, and ICAR. And foreign funders are International Fertilizer Development Center from USA, United Kingdom Research and Innovation, there is UK, and then from Ghana, IFDC Ghana, and SIT Mexico recently got a project to that. Okay, this is about myself, how I started my journey. Well, I come from a very small village in Assam. So name is, I don't know, you must be knowing the district Tejpur? Yes. Okay. Okay, so from Tejpur also, ma'am, if you go inside, it's around 50 kilometers, that's close to the mountains, that is foothills we call. I don't know, I didn't hear that. Maybe you're saying some other Tejpur, this is Assam. Okay, it's a Sonitpur district, Tejpur is a town. So my house is very close to the foothills. It's a jungle. And still we get elephants coming to our home. They visit us. So once a tiger also visited. That's the beauty of it, that place. So when I was doing my schooling was from Kendriya Vidyalaya. Misamari till 10th I did from there. And then for 11th and 12th I had to struggle a lot because the school was some 60 kilometers away from the house. So how to go? There was no bus. There were only 2 buses, public buses. So I had to hire a room near the school to stay there and cook myself at the age of, I was doing 11th and 12th, so you can guess my age that time. So that I was cooking and going to the school, coming back, studying like that. So during board, 12th board, my mother she stayed with me to cook, so I could study. So that was the situation. Then after that, and still there is no newspaper even. There is no newspaper in that area. There's such a jungle. So and electricity came when I was in class 10th board, writing board exam. That time I got electricity. It came to our house, that village. So after my 12th, I went to Assam Agriculture University, Jorhat. So I did my graduation and post-graduation from there. Then in 1995 to 96, after masters, there was nothing. And if I go back to the jungle, I know everything will be waste. So they close to our school where I used to do completed my 11th, 12th, there was a defense research lab that comes under the DRDO. So I just went there. There were 2 agriculture scientists. One was soil scientist, one was agronomist. So I went to them and I asked if there is anything for me to do after my masters. They said, yeah, we don't have any position, no project, but we can just offer you as a contractual job, as a contractor. I said, okay, fine. I just need some money to stay, pay my house rent there. So I was getting that time, in 96, I was getting some 1800 rupees, 2000 rupees like that. I got and I was happy to do that. So from that work, I just worked there for 11 months. From that work also, 2 small papers came out, but I was happy with that. At least I utilized my time. I did not simply waste it sitting at home. So then 1997, January, I remember very well, I came to IARI, that was a Water Technology Center. There was an advertisement for Senior Research Fellow. So I came to IARI just to appear for the interview. I was not knowing whether I will be selected or not, but from coming to Assam to Delhi, and of course IARI was my dream institute, because if you ask any agricultural student, they will say, yes, I want to go to IRI. That's a previous institute for us. So I joined IRI as a senior research fellow in Water Technology Center. while doing that job, I paid for entrance, PhD entrance at IRA, and I got selected, fortunately. So I completed my PhD at IRA 2001. And that time also I was fortunate that in 1996 there was only one ARS position of physiology in the whole country. And I know that I'm not so brilliant that I'll crack it, so I did not waste my time on that. So I completed my PhD by that time. So in 2001 there were again 3 positions came up. So I applied and fortunately got selected. So from, after doing PhD, again I was jobless because there was nothing to do. I wrote my exam, ARS, but sitting for the results, it was not so fast the way it is nowadays. ASRB was not so fast that time. So again, what to do? If I go back to that Assam, my place in that village name is Jiagabru. So if I go to Jiagabru, nothing will come up. I will forget everything, whatever I did. So I stayed back at IRA, again joined another department, floriculture, landscaping at IRA as a senior research fellow. Here, why I'm emphasizing to youngsters that don't think you have done PhD. So, because I know after doing PhD that from a good institute like GNU, you aim for something very great. That is good. Keep it there. But if you're getting something to retain yourself in this kind of place, do it. Don't feel shy about it. Okay? Because I've seen in IRA also, if I tell my student, okay, after PhD you don't get immediately a job, what will you do? No, I mean, I said if you want to join my lab because I have projects, join, work here, write paper, publish your papers, complete your work, and then when you get something, go ahead. Who's stopping you? But I don't get that kind of response. So that's what I try to tell everybody. Don't feel shy after PhD. Again, I'm becoming SRF. That time it was SRF, now it is JRF. So they always aspire for RA, Research Associate. But funding agencies don't give research associate position in the projects. It's very rare. Okay, next one. Okay, now for a very short time I also got CSIR RA-ship, so I joined that one because my result, ASRB result was announced in 2002, August. So after that I joined, 2003 was my joining as a scientist. So finally I reached, I'm back to the same division from where I did my PhD as scientist. So as already mentioned, my madam has mentioned that I went to Donald Danforth Planetary Center under the DST's Boy Scout Fellowship for 14 months. Then through direct selection, I got senior scientist position in the same department. So in that way, I saved my 2 years. And now through the career advancement scheme, I'm principal scientist. So in between, in one of the projects, that is Indo-UK projects, I got this chance to visit NIAB, National Institute for Agricultural Botany in Cambridge. So as a visiting scientist for 3 months. So that is how I began my career and doing it still. Now here some of the glimpses of my lab, and I'm very proud to say that this has been developed single-handedly. I'm working alone in my area. So this is a mineral nutrition lab I've prepared. There's 4 labs here, and one more I have got recently. And some of the major instrumentations in my lab, which I mentioned here. Besides this, like we have a full around 1 hectare of land to carry out my research. National phytonutrient facilities we have. We have facility to grow plants in the pots, pot culture experiments we can conduct. And also, my lab is fully equipped for carrying out the molecular biology work. We are doing molecular, like proteomics we are doing mostly, and also some gene validation work. These are some of the projects which are currently going on in my lab. Otherwise, I said 21, but these are currently going on in my lab, so which are funded by DBT, CSIR, DBT, Maxima DBT, and one is DSC SERB. So these are nationally funded, and these 3 are international collaboration that I have it now. Well, these are my research areas that I look into the physiological and molecular basis of organic acid exudation potential under phosphorus stress. Because I started with the phosphorus nutrition, because nitrogen, if you find there were a lot of publications you will find nitrogen nutrition, but phosphorus is very limited. That too, I'm talking about the physiological aspects or molecular aspects in India, because I did my PhD on phosphorus. So while doing my PhD, I was trying to find out publications from India. Very few. Rather, it will be on the dose response, agronomic response, like you apply this much of phosphorus, you will get this much of response. But plants have their own mechanisms, physiological mechanisms, molecular mechanisms to how to take up the phosphorus. Because phosphorus is a typical nutrient which remains fixed in the soil. It will be there, but plant cannot take it up. So that is an interesting phenomena or mechanism plant they have. And that is, I can say, I found it for phosphorus, not for nitrogen or any other nutrient element. So I tried to, you can say that this nutrition, phosphorus nutrition, I developed in my department for the first time. Okay, the second aspect is physiological and molecular mechanisms of translocation of foliar applied iron. So here we use proteomics approach for studying the what are the proteins which are differentially expressed under iron deficiency when we apply, because there's a lot of references you will find, studies you will find under the in the root system. They have studied how the roots take up the iron or anything which you apply on the foliage, how it is absorbed through the leaf. This kind of references are very few. Then interactive effect of drought and phosphorus stress. As I mentioned that climate change, some of the elements also have included. So this is drought stress and phosphorus stress, how the plants behave under this kind of stress. Then interactive effect of elevated CO2 temperature and phosphorus nutrition. The nutrient interaction is phosphorus and sulfur, and also phosphorus and nitrogen under elevated CO2. Then we are working on genome-wide association studies with traits governing phosphorus and nitrogen use efficiency in wheat and rice. Identification of long non-coding RNAs induced under nitrogen deficiency in wheat and its role in nitrogen stress tolerance. The identification and characterization of donors in various crops for tolerance to low phosphorus, nitrogen, and drought stress. These are some of the glimpses of work that we are doing it. I'm not going to present any result here. Yeah. Okay. Just go one by one.
Okay.
So, actually, this is my last slide. So here, I will just talk about something like it's a kind of personal messages. So, just for interaction, or you can say motivation, or what motivated me. I'll just talk about that. So, I feel that we, being a lady, we should have a fighting spirit. Fighting spirit का मतलब नहीं झगड़ा करना जाकर के सबसे नहीं, but you have to fight for your rights. But at the same time, we should know our responsibilities and duties. So that is what I mean, that we should fight for our rights. If we are not given something which we deserve, we should raise our voice. We have to talk. Stand firm in difficult times. This is very common. You all know that. And yeah, so that is it. Okay, be bold and confident. Learn to say no. So this is also very common, and everybody should have this kind of thing, like, okay, no means no, I don't want to do this. Suppose something extra is given to you, which you don't want to do it, but of course, that's what I said, your rights and responsibilities or duties should be balanced. It's not always our right. Ye chahiye, wo chahiye. It should not be like that. Also, we should know what our duties are. Suppose if your chairman is saying or your boss is saying, okay, you do this work, you say, no, I don't want to do it. But you have to do it. This is in your work, in your, the project or in the thesis work. So you have to do it. You cannot say no for that. Okay. Learn to love yourself from the inside out. This is very important because this gives you confidence. Right? This is what I felt, but that's what I do, actually. Yeah. Yeah, I love myself. That's what. So this gives me confidence. That's why I'm standing here today. And this is again one thing that I do. Analyze yourself and work on your weaknesses. So I'll give you one small example. Now here I'm talking. So I don't know whether you are all are able to understand what I'm talking. Speech is okay?
Yes.
Clear? Yes. Okay. So earlier I used to talk, not earlier, now also I talk very fast. So if I am given a place to stand here and talk, I will talk very fast. Sometimes होता ना शब्द मिल जाते हैं आपस में समझ में नहीं आता है. So this used to happen with me. So I realized why I talk like this, why I'm always in such a hurry. I should talk slowly, and that too when I have sufficient time, I should talk slowly. So that's what I was doing today. I have sufficient time, so I hope I did not exceed my time limit. So this is what so I know my weakness, so I try to slow down and वो एक-एक शब्दों को चबा के बोलना, बस कुछ वैसा कोशिश कर रही थी. Next, please. Yes, accept and learn from your mistakes. See, it is very easy to point somebody's mistake. Okay, you're wrong. And sometimes we don't accept also that we are wrong. So this is very important so that we don't make mistakes again. But first thing I should learn, I should know that, okay, I have made some mistake. And only I will learn from that mistake. That is a mistake. Yeah, spend less time on social media. This is especially for youngsters. See, ma'am said that, Dalanam said that you should go to the social media. Yes, that is true. But she mentioned LinkedIn. She did not mention Instagram or Facebook. Right? So my message is that use social media. That's why I did not say stop it, but I said spend less time on that. So that is also a good platform that connects you with people. But I have seen students, even if they don't have any messages, unnecessarily they were browsing Instagram or Facebook. Why? Why you want to see others, what is happening? And one thing, because this is what I felt personally, that's why I'm saying. People always try to put good things that is happening to them on the Facebook, Instagram, right? And when you see, okay, this is my junior, he went to this Germany, my junior or my classmate published this paper in impact factor more than 10, right? So you will get depressed. So this social media will not encourage you. This is depressing you. So stay away from that. Rather, what I browse on now I have switched on to Twitter. Because on Twitter you have a control. So you will get many PhD positions announced on that, postdoc positions announced on that. This kind of things you get. And you can connect with the scientists there, of people from your own area, actually. So I feel Twitter is much better than this. Yes. Then, learn as much as possible and do it by yourself. There is no spoon feeding. So this is an important message. I think you can understand yourself. Learn to respect the time. This is another important thing. See, don't waste your time and don't waste others' time. What happens is that, suppose if I tell my student, okay, you write this paper, manuscript should be ready within a month and give it to me. Because I have planned accordingly that after a month, I will check his or her paper, right? But that student will not turn up. He or she will come after 2 months or 3 months. So by the time I don't have time. So this is what I will be waiting for, the paper, manuscript, it doesn't happen. So this is what has, that's what I meant with this. Learn to respect your time and others' time also. That is very important. Okay. Don't miss any opportunities.
I am here. Time.
Okay, sorry. This is the last point. Okay. I said I am speaking very leisurely, so okay. So if you act there, there will be two possibilities. So what I meant to say is that if you don't, suppose you have some awards or admission somewhere, you have to apply for that, and you think, okay, you don't have confidence to apply for that. What will happen? Only one thing will happen. You will not get it. But you apply. दो चीजें हो सकती है, या तो आपको मिलेगी या तो नहीं मिलेगी. 50% possibilities there. So that's what I'm saying. Don't miss any opportunity. If you act there, there will be two possibilities, yes or no. And if you don't, there is only one, no. Another very important thing is that I learned in my life is that human life you get only once. Don't waste it for those who are not worth it. Right? And this is from my own personal life, actually, I'm talking about here. So, okay. My mother, my inspiration, that's why I put her here. These are what I have learned is these values from her. Though she is not that educated, but still, this is what is. And these are my alumni lab mates, lab students, and some project staffs, and currently MScs and PhD enrolled here. Well, I acknowledge Stree, especially Dr. Padmavati, who contacted me always over the phone to be a part of this conference. Dr. Vanaja ma'am, who referred me actually to her, otherwise I was not knowing about this. And Miss Neha, who's sitting here, she's one of the PhD students, she compiled most of this information for me. And if you see here, more than 50% or 50% are girls in this, my lab. Thank you. Sorry, I took a little bit more time.
Thank you, Dr. Renuji. Your presentation was very informative, very impressive journey you had, and you could be a good role model for the students who are in the life sciences and the subjects like basic sciences like botany, where sometimes students have no clue what is the scope of the subject. And so you very nicely presented in front of students, in front of the audience, what can be done in the subject of botany and agriculture also. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, any questions from the audience?
Yeah. Please tell us about your US experience, which was for about 12 months or 10 months.
Okay.
A little more about that.
US experience? Actually, I went there for postdoc or this, to avail this Boy Scouts fellowship. I was told that you should, because I had to select a mentor there and research work, so I first selected which one, who is working in my area. Mentor should have a very good background, very good CV. Then DST will approve my proposal. So, yeah, after I went there, working was, I learned, besides science, I learned the lab management. Because that time I was already a scientist. I had joined the scientist here. So this is a good thing that students, they go there, or as a scientist, you go for postdoc. So not only the research work, also the lab management is what we should learn. How to manage the research people, students, and other things.
Thank you. Anybody else? Students there? Yeah, last one there.
That's a big time you.
Yes, I understand, I get it. Definitely this is how to maintain that patience, that is what is needed in science. If you have patience, then enter into science, otherwise don't. That is what, it's if you don't get the result, it's up to you, you have to work hard. You have to put more effort in that. Okay. Yeah, one thing, I'll just add to that one. Suppose you are aspiring for something and you don't get it. That time I know it feels really bad. But don't get depressed, because I have analyzed my life for that also. If I did not get that, I got something better, much, much better. In 1996, I'll just give you one example. In 1996, after my master's, I appeared for the assistant professor's interview in my own college, university, Jorhat, at Assam. There were not one, there were 4 positions, and I was topper in my crop physiology department. I did not get it. And I was really feeling bad that I did not get. I was thinking maybe because of something. Basically I'm not Assamese, settled in Assam. So I thought maybe something like this is going with me. But now when I came to IIRI, I felt this is what happened to me is a good thing, because now I'm in IIRI and I have a better opportunities now. I'm doing much better than what I had done when if had I been there in Jorhat. So yes, so there are many things. Just wait for the time, wait and watch. Something good will come out. Don't get depressed so much that you leave everything and आप डिप्रेशन में चले जाओगे. ऐसा नहीं करना है. वेट करो, थोड़ा टाइम दो उसको.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. You have some question?
Yeah, you can ask. I can hear you.
I'm doing PhD right now in chemistry, and I feel like no result is a bad result, and every result will teach you one thing. It should be not in the alignment what we are thinking of. Like it should not like we are supposed that these are the values we are expecting, but that other thing, if it is not coming, that can also be a result. So we cannot discard that as the bad one. So we have to keep in mind during PhD. I feel that we have to set two parameters. If this not, then what? And if that is coming, then why it is coming. So both are the good results only. So
Very true, very true. And really, you heard her answer? Yes. This is what actually we should always plan strategy A and strategy B. If it is not working, we can switch on to that. And any result, whether it's negative or positive, it will be published.
Yeah. Yes.
Right? You can publish that also with sufficient and good amount of justification.
Justification.
Yes. They will accept. Methodology should be very correct. They will publish. Yes, it should be reproducible. That is what.
Thank
Good.
you.
Thank you, Dr. Renu. We will move on to the next.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Pandey. I think it was really very interesting for the students to come to grasp reality and understand things are not as good, but they might be very good later. So we move on to the next speaker, Dr. Dr. Uma Subharaya, Director, ICAR, National Research Center for Banana Trichy. She has the expertise of 30 years as a researcher, research coordinator, and research administrator. Her research extends on conservation of traditional bananas, in vitro conservation, and cryobanking. She has developed very high throughput tissue culture technologies that have been appreciated globally, and patents have been granted. So now leading a project on genetically modified bananas with iron and vitamin A to combat the deficiencies, one of the very ambitious projects of DBT and PM. She has led her team for developing a low-cost C protocol for export of bananas, which could keep bananas green even after 40 days of harvest. Served as the consultant to FAO Italy for 3 years. During her tenure as Director ICAR NRCB, she was awarded with the prestigious Sardar Patel Outstanding ICAR Institute Award for 2021. She is the recipient of 3 international awards like Pisang Raja of Biodiversity International and many national awards like Punjab Rao Deshmukh Best Woman Agriculture Scientist Award from ICAR, Dr. M.H. Mari Gowda National Endowment Award, Kalya Krishnamurthy Award for Best Research in Agriculture, both from US Bangalore, and Dr. Prem Dureja Endowment Award of NAS for outstanding contribution in the field of horticulture. Presently, she is the chair of Asia and Pacific Network on Banana, the member of World Banana Forum, and elected as chair of Banana Network of Pacific Asia. This is called BAPNet, and as representative in International Musanet Expert Committee. She has authored more than 140 papers, guided 6 PhD students and 4 postdocs. With that, I welcome Dr. Subbarao for the talk. Thank you.
Thank you so much, madam. I also thank the organizers for inviting me here. Somehow this became a good opportunity. Otherwise, in normal cases, I would not have taken this opportunity to travel all the way from Trichy, Chennai, Delhi, come here and to talk to people because of the work pressure. I also happened to be in Delhi for some other reason. Then I thought I should use this opportunity and I came here. After coming, I realized what an excellent the kind of organization, this Stree and Vigyan Bharati. Of course, Vigyan Bharati, I am partly involved at my institute, but this part of the organization, I was not aware of it. Shakti program, I was not aware of it. I'm very happy to see the kind of dedicated people here encouraging the women, encouraging the young girls to take up their career in wider specializations. Initially, I thought, how should I have a presentation? Dr. Padmavati Madam, I asked, she said, no, madam, just talk your experiences. I thought that's a better way I can interact with people. 30 years of experience, 30 years working on only one crop, banana. Whenever I'd say I am heading an institution exclusively on banana, a kele ka institute. So that is the kind of response I always get. But see the vision of ICR. Vision of ICR is that in the last, you have seen in the, before independence, you were in begging bowls. From the status of begging bowls, we have come up to self-sustenance. That means we are feeding our population 3 square meals a day. From that stage to the status of export. We are exporting to the needy countries. We are exporting to the other countries. So this journey has been possible because of the creation of this kind of noble organizations, and with the dedicated work of researchers here, the farmers, the stakeholders, the policies. This kind of set work has resulted the population to get, as I said, 3 square meals a day. And the amount of diversity you eat. Who has seen, I don't know, in South India we never got cauliflower or even temperate fruits we never used to get those areas. But today we get all temperate fruits throughout the year. This is possible because of the agriculture revolution what is happening in the country. And how much encouragement we people give it as parents and teachers, as seniors, you are all MSc, PhD students, how much you are telling your youngsters at the 11th and 12th standard, beyond agriculture, beyond medicine, engineering and other selected subjects, how many of you suggest to go for agriculture? I see only one hand. Yes, 2. So agriculture was or is never publicized, or no exposure is given to the students during their early career stages. We never give them at high school level, college level, we never teach them agriculture is an important subject and it's an important career. It can take you to sky. In my experience in all the 4 states, southern states, I have seen no agriculture graduate is sitting idle at home. No agriculture graduate. And the universities and the research organization, we find it difficult to get experts or the students with agriculture MSc background or PhD background. We don't get students. So that is a kind of requirement that is in this field, agriculture field. But agriculture is not exclusively for only agriculture graduate. We also embrace the students from basic sciences. We need botanists because we are working on agriculture. We need botanists, we need chemists, we need physics students, everyone we need. So you people have an excellent opportunity in agricultural organizations. And how has been my journey for the last 30 years in only one crop? I never thought I wanted to go to a banana institute because I was working in Bangalore in Indian Institute of Horticulture Research, where we work on fruits, vegetables, flowers, everything, which has given you golden revolution to the country. So fruits and vegetable revolution, golden revolution in the country. Getting kiwi fruits in southern states, getting strawberries in southern states, getting pears and peaches in southern states is a revolution. So I was working for that institute. From there to go to Tamil Nadu was a challenge. But due to my personal reasons, I went there. I started working on banana. And first thing I came to know when I just went through that, I read there are more than 1000 varieties of banana. How many varieties have you heard? How many varieties have you read? You have seen only one variety. We say pila wala banana, pila wala kela. Beyond that, or pila kela. Beyond that, you have not seen anything. So think about 1000 varieties of banana. Even in your dream, you cannot think about. So this institute of mine, we are having a gene bank, field gene bank we call it, where we have 470 varieties conserved in the field gene banks. So not all the 470 varieties what is being conserved is not being used. Hardly 10 varieties or 20 varieties are commercial varieties. And today banana, if you see, it is 50,000 crore business every year. Can you imagine this for a country? This gives you 50,000 crores a year. Not only producing banana and eating banana, all ancillary occupations related to banana, including the farming sector who are involved in the agriculture, from the time they harvest, the transport sector and the marketing agency, everybody put together, it's more than 50,000 crores business. For such a crop, we have established an organization. So only when I tell this much story, they will understand, okay, NRC banana is worth being established. People will appreciate. Till then, nobody will understand. Similarly, ICR has developed, or ICR has created many organizations for important crops like this. We have national research centers exclusively working on important crops. One is a banana, one is on pomegranate, one is on citrus fruits, another on onion garlic, and we have one on lychee. Like that, important crops they have created, single crop-based institutes, and multi-crop institutes like IRI, they work on agricultural commodities, horticulture commodities, like that. In all these sectors, research is the primary, the basis of all these institutions. Research, teaching, and extension. Whatever we do research and whatever we teach, unless it reaches the end user. Of course, teaching it reaches the students. So we develop many masters and many empowering the students. But the research output goes to the end users. These end users are not only farmers. These end users can be various sectors. They can be pharma sector, they can be export sector, or they can be any sector you imagine there is agriculture commodity. Including pharma sector, you must be thinking, even from banana you can extract, the coloring agent, the anthocyanins. It's being used as a natural coloring agent. And we use the kind of research what is involved. So, how many of you do not know, you call it as khar in Assamese, where the central core of the banana stem is burnt and the ash is mixed with water, and whenever you have stomach problem, they drink it. It is khar, they call it. So this is because it has antacid properties. Number two, in southern districts, whenever you go to a doctor, when you say you have kidney problem, or that you are diagnosed with kidney problems, kidney stones, initial stages, the doctor will say, oh, don't have to go for operation. Daily you drink some this banana stem juice. That means it has anti-lithiatic properties. So these properties we have never exploited as a medicine. So for each of the crop commodities we are working with, it has various dimensions of commercial acceptance, various dimensions in the pharma sector and as a nutraceutical or as cosmetic, many phases are there. So in all these places, the students like you or the researchers like you are very much included. Unless you are also part of it, the completion of this kind of work is not there. So don't restrict yourself after traditional MSc, PhD that you are looking for just for a assistant professor job or something like that. You expand your wings. Look at other organizations, ICMR, ICAR, any other organization. See wherever you fit in. So your opportunities are plenty. And there is no dearth for opportunities. The question is, we don't open our eyes. Whenever we want to open our eyes, we open to the mobile, and what do you see? Yes. What is required? Spend your time usefully on what is required to build your career. Once you build your career, once you are established, then diversions, okay, fine, acceptable. But in the student stage, your focus should be very, very clear. What do you want to become? And to become this, what are the different opportunities? If plan A fails, what is plan B? Plan B fails, what is the plan C? And to achieve plan 1, 2, 3, should I meet these people? Should I meet these people? You have to meet people. What do you say? Interactions with people is very, very essential. If you think IR, any agriculture institutes, it is difficult. If you think you can, you have some kind of opportunity, never hesitate to go and meet people. Straight away go, meet people, talk to them. You say, this is what you are, this is what you are interested in. Is there any opening? I may have an opening. I will say, yes, I have this, you apply for this and get into. If I don't have an opening, and if I see you are a potential candidate, definitely I will refer to my own colleagues or my own friends in and around the country. Because we are in dearth of good hands. We are in dearth of good students who do their PhD. So opportunities are plenty. So I see most of them. First I thought I saw some school students in the morning. I thought I should tell them agriculture is a potential subject. If you don't get BSc agriculture, don't hesitate. Even if your neighbors, if you have some, even your house helper, your maids, if they have children, if they cannot get admission into BSc agriculture, you encourage them to go to even diploma courses in agriculture. These diploma courses will empower you to a specific specializations. You can get government jobs at a horticultural officer, as an agricultural officer at the initial level. Once you complete your diploma, you can, during course of time, you can also finish your BSc. You can get into as assistant agricultural officer, assistant horticultural officers, and then you can grow very fast in the sector. And the moment you are confident about what you have learned, you can also diversify yourself to become entrepreneurs. So you becoming entrepreneur is a different sector, but agriculture, the organization, state agriculture universities, it is our responsibility to create entrepreneurs of various types. We have been talking about DBT, DST, all talked about entrepreneurs for some kind of innovations. What you have in mind, good thoughts, good plans, support is there. But our entrepreneurship starts for the housemaid or the agricultural field worker who has no education. Our technologies developed at our centers like this has to reach down the lane to the uneducated farming sector. So at our institutes, we don't develop only high-tech technologies. We develop all the technologies which should cater to the people at the ground level. An uneducated person should also in a position to use. For example, simple example I'll tell you. You must have seen how banana gets propagated. Seed? Huh? So side plants only. So banana doesn't produce any seed because it's a sterile plant. It has no sex life. It's a sterile plant, vegetatively propagated plant. So these plants, in a year, a plant can produce only maximum 6 to 10 side plants. So if a farmer wants to have 1000 plants per acre, he has to go for tissue culture plants, which is 20 rupees a plant. That means he has to invest around 20,000 rupees for just the planting material. So what do we teach them? We teach them the nursery technology. We have technology, we say, we have some kind of protocol, you cut the sucker, whatever you get, side sucker, you cut it, give a treatment. In 3 months, this one sucker, it will get 24 plants, 24 to 26 plants. So from one sucker to 24 plants in 3 months, that is the kind of technology. This is not very high-end technology, but it is a farmer-oriented technology. These are also technologies we are supposed to make and give it to the people for their livelihoods. So, to have a livelihood, to have a career, there is no end. Even a simple unemployed youth, we tell them how to maintain a drip irrigation system. Now drip irrigation is way of life. More crop per drop is the slogan. More crop per drop of water. So for that, drip irrigation is the only way out. So for the drip irrigation, if you just put it in the field, it clogs. So every 3 months, somebody has to clean the drip. So that itself is an employment opportunity for the unemployed youth. So we even train them how to maintain the drip system. So that is the kind of employment generation what agriculture sector does it. Number 2, the high end export. Banana is being exported, even mango is being exported. How? All these years they just used to make crates, put it in the boxes, then put it in the flight. It will reach US, UK, Australia. So that will cost around 500 to 600 rupees a kg of banana, either in Dubai or the nearby places when it goes by flight. So we had to develop a technology to send through sea. So how long it will take to reach UK from say Cochin port or Chennai port? It will take 40 days. What will be the condition of our bananas? So we had to develop a technology to keep bananas green until it reaches the end user in UK. We have developed a sea protocol. That stays even 60 days after your harvest green. You just at maturity, 80%, 90% maturity, you pack it, you take it and open after 45 days, it stays as green. Then you make it to ripe. So that is the kind of technology what we develop. So in all these sectors, even the ripening technology has to be told by somebody. The warehouses, they need some kind of persons or the students who knows the ripening technologies, what temperature should be there, what relative humidity there should be there in UK to ripen, and what should be the temperature and relative humidity in Dubai for their banana to ripen. So each one creates a employment opportunity for the people, youngsters. So these are the ones which we develop. We work at the molecular level, and we work at the farming level, at the laborers level, and we also work at the exporters level, we also work at the pharma industries level. And next, technology, I just wanted to tell you, next technology, I am very proud of it, which we have developed. So, farmers say, I cannot pay 20 rupees a plant, madam, it is very expensive, initial cost is so much, I cannot afford. So, everybody uses the only side suckers. If the mother plant is affected by some virus, you take the virus affected plant, that is disease planting material, you multiply in thousands. So your crop productivity will come down. So what should we have? We should have a good, clean planting material. Quality planting material should be there. So tissue culture was the only option, and the cost is very high. It doesn't reach the small and marginal farmers. For that, we have developed a technology where all of you, I don't know how many of you are working with tissue culture. You know callus, okay? Callus, we have modified the media, we have allowed it to mature into embryos. And embryos, we put it in a bioreactor. So from 1 ml to 100 ml, it can grow in one month. So from that 100 ml of cell suspensions or the embryos you have, you put it in the medium. From each ml of cell suspension, you get 10,000 plants. That is the magnitude of technology we have developed for banana. So you just carry 1 ml to your lab. If you want 10,000 plants, I can give you 1 ml. You just bring it here, you grow it out, and you get 10,000 plants for your research. This is the technology. We have tried patenting, and the same Bharat Biotech, the Covaxin fame, they have purchased it as for 25 lakhs. And the same technology, how it can go, you can imagine. The next level of thinking. Finally, it is the necessity is the mother of invention. How do you transport tissue culture? Lorries. How much cost it will add? How do you reduce it? So all these somatic embryos, what we call it is, that we put in as synthetic seeds. So synthetic seeds, put it, all those 10,000 plants as synthetic seeds you put it in a bag, just put it in your handbag, take it to your village, you plant it in 10 acres of land. You can simply take it in your bag. Even somebody from Delhi, UP, if he wants to buy this kind of even 1 lakh plants, he can just take it in a gunny bag, take it in the flight, in his cabin baggage, and reach his place, grow them out in the nursery and develop plants. That should be the imagination. And that should come as a reality. So whatever you students work for your PhD, it should have an end product. It is not just the process you do, you publish, you finish your thesis, get your degree, say tata bye-bye and go back. No, you are using public funds. When you are using public funds, it is your responsibility to give it back to the society. So all your research program should be product oriented. It should reach the end user who is supporting your research. So it is the message not only to the students, I also tell it to the guides and the teachers. Whenever you plan something, you see that with one student it may not finish. At least you plan it, even if it is 5 years, 10 years, over the period of 2 PhDs or 3 PhDs, you see that the product comes out. That should be the motto of everybody who works in research. And another thing, that's another one what I am talking about is NRC banana is also the first one to develop a genetically modified banana with high provitamin A. That means 10 times the vitamin A each banana will have. That means your grandine banana, the white pulp what is it has, it will have a golden pulp when you have with this GE bananas. At the same time, it will also have another events we have 5 times, 6 times higher the iron. This is to overcome our iron deficiency. I mean, the problem with this. But this has taken us not 1 year, 2 years. This has taken us 8 years of research to come to this stage. 3 PhDs have been completed. 2 more PhDs will be working. So all this research program should be product oriented, end user oriented, and extend over many students, or even among your own PI, co-PI, somebody. Even if I retire, I may not release in another 2 years to come, I will retire. But my co-PI will continue for another 5 years to complete all the legal framework for that. They will have to, it has to, any GM bananas or GM crops, it has to go through a lot of processes. At least mustard has been released, GM mustard. I hope even banana will be released after at least 5 to 10 years. So these processes are the big objectives, the big products you have in mind. They are not short-term oriented. You should have long-term plans. The long-term plans have to be cut into short-term plans, give it to each student as a single project or for a thesis work, and see that in your lifetime, even if you do one product, when you look back in your career after retirement, that should give you happiness. That should give you satisfaction. That should be motto of our scientists. During this process, as a woman scientist, what happens? Hurdles are more. In the younger stages, you have pregnancy, you have maternity leave, and you extend it to 1 year. By the time you come back, your colleague, male colleague, must have moved to senior scientist. You are still as a scientist on senior scale. You feel very worried. No, don't have to worry about. Slow and steady. See, these are all biological processes, and these are your special responsibilities God has given us. You have to accept it and adopt it. You have the higher happiness as a mother and also as a career woman. Enjoy both these situations. Balance them. Then you grow up. During this time, you never forget to cut off your family support. Your system support in the form of family during your career growth is very, very important. Oh, my mother-in-law is like that. She's always criticizing. I don't like her. Let me go live separately. You are the loser. When you have your children, which mother-in-law will come and look after your children? No. Life is nothing but adjustments. Whether your failures or successes, they are simply adjustments. Be it mother-in-law, be it your research project. Even if there is no result, is also a result you can publish. Only with mother-in-law you cannot publish. You can only with your friends, you can little bit, you can crib and forget it. But they are our family system. We have to take both career and family together to be more successful. And I don't know. I have a son and a daughter, and of course, son grew up with my parents, and my daughter grew up with me. And she had to be all alone when she was in 6th standard when I did my postdoc with her father, managing everything. She was in 6th standard, but she was alone. She managed. Those days she was cribbing, but still she learned to be self-sufficient, self-reliant. She knows she does things on her own. Now she is becoming a successful doctor, doing super specialty now, DM in critical care medicine. So those days she must have cribbed. My mother, she left me for 1 year. She went to France. Like that, she must have felt bad, and she must have cried with her friends and all that. And today she is proud of it. So the hard times flies. They fly. It's only temporary. It's finally your goal is there. These small hurdles, you should never look at it. So my simple, what do you say, is life is full of ups and downs. Accept both of them. They shape you well. If you have more problems, you will be more successful leader. I'm telling you. You manage very well. If your in-laws are little troublesome or your colleagues are little troublesome, you know how to manage well. Human resource management becomes very easy. That means you should have more troubles to understand what is human resource management. So, nothing is difficult. Nothing is difficult. The only thing you have to start liking whatever comes through in your life. Only when you start liking it, when you start looking at it, okay, this is the problem. Question is not to cry over it. Question is, okay, look at the problem, divide it into different components. Problem, portion A, portion B, portion C, portion D. For this portion, what should be the solution? What should be the approach? For portion B, can it be continued with A, or can we approach it separately? Portion C, what is the approach? Simple. In-laws can be one problem, colleagues can be some problem, your guide can be a problem, or your director can be a problem. So approaches are different. Over time, you will learn how to approach these problems. I want you to embrace these problems, learn from these, and try to become successful ladies. And I want all of you leading organizations, becoming successful entrepreneurs. Fine. I also thank all these people who are with the Shakti group. These people are accomplished women, still striving for the women. They big salute for this whole group, what they are doing. Even with one conference like this, if they can build up at least 5 to 10 leaders or entrepreneurs, that is the success of the effort what these people have taken. Let's take this message. Let's encourage more women, our own lady colleagues or our own youngsters. We should try to support selections. Try to encourage more girls. Don't think your work will suffer because she will go on maternity leave. No. Like you, she also has to undergo maternity leave. Accept her. Take more women students. Support them. So unless we support them, nobody else will support them. No, men will definitely not take them because they will go on maternity leave. Unless we do that, nobody else. Try to do these things. These are simple things. But you have to do it for our own development. So this is a very informal talk. I didn't know what to talk. Whatever I felt, I thought I should, during my process, whatever I learned, I tried to tell you. This has really made me very, I would say, I don't know whether I would say successful or not. At least nobody dislikes me in my institute. Yes. Actually, I had a long innings of tenure. I completed 5 years, my tenure, 1 year extension I got. Then they cannot give extension beyond that. So ICR advertised for the post. I came for the interview 3 days back. Whole my institute came to my cabin. They said, Madam, we want only you to come back as our director. I come back as director or not. The way they showed me the love, their affection to say that you come back as our director, that shows my success. I think I am very happy. I hope all of you will follow that. Everyone can become a successful woman. This is the soft power what we have. Use it very carefully and nicely. So that is the advantage what we have, and we should use it only for the positive energy, not for negative things. With this message, I thank these people to give this opportunity to interact with you. Very nice to see, and my eye-opener for the Shakti program. Thank you so much. Wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. S. Suma. Your presentation, very, very informative, very, very, can say many of us must have got impressed with your talk with us, and also appreciating Shakti. So it has given us much more motivation to go ahead with such kind of programs which we do. Thank you so much.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am, for inspiring talk from your end. I am a scholar of science communication, and I am a professional also of science communication for last 20 years. My question, you emphasized on interaction. I also personally feel that science research department should definitely interact more with the people, so that the research which is done in the lab should percolate to the grassroots level people. But I don't find dedicated communication department in all the research lab with dedicated permanent communication professionals. Sometimes they hire people on contract basis, and it is temporary. If it's not permanent, I think the things will not happen permanently. How you resound it in your own words with your experience, I want to hear from you. Thank you.
There are two ways of approaching it. You said that you are a science communicator, and whether your issue is you don't, is it a job issue or a communication issue? If it is within the division, I know there is no proper, coming from a bigger institute, I don't know what my next lab is doing, what my another scientist is doing, I don't know. To break all these barriers, I know what are the minus things what in the institute happens. So the moment I took over as a charge of director, I noted it. So every month I insist each division, the heads of the division should have a coffee or some kind of evenings, one whole afternoon they should have a divisional meeting. They discuss only what is research going on, what are you doing, how can you do this, this is what results I got, how can you help me in this, this is what I am not getting, how is your expertise can help. This is every month it happens at the division level. Once they have at the division level, every month we have monthly meetings, where in the monthly meetings we discuss what are the issues from the divisions. We try to solve at the institute level. If it doesn't work, then I will invite the experts from outside, then we discuss there also. So that's how in my institute every scientist knows what other scientist is doing. Everybody. So this kind of communication, cross-talking is very essential for any organizations. This will break the barrier. And I have, for this, more interaction. You should not make the scientists to sit in the, restricted to their room alone. You should make them to come out, sit with other persons and have a cup of tea. Chai pe charcha hona chahiye, kabhi kabhi. So I always do that. Sometimes evenings I call all the scientists just for the cup of tea. We discuss and we encourage others also to discuss. And many sports, I also encourage the scientists to participate in, of course, local sports. When they practice, I also join them. Sometimes sports we discuss, sometimes after the sports, science we discuss. So these are all the informal ways of discussing. When you discuss more, the closeness or the barriers they reduce between the scientists. Then they open up to his or her own colleague. Then the issues are discussed. Then the problems are solved. I think that kind of interaction is very essential. In any institute, this is very essential. Talk to your neighbor. Yes. And the second thing is, in our BSc or MSc, we never teach our students to talk. Never teach students to ask questions. We only talk. We never listen. So, 15 minutes, I tell them after my meeting, all my research associates, RPS, SRFs, when I have any monthly meetings, all of them are invited. Everybody should ask 2 questions. It can be some stupid question, fine. But have the habit of asking questions. Think and ask questions. They know madam will ask. They will come, they will read and come prepared. So now they understand what today's presentation is there, what topic, and they read it. So that way I think I push people to read, open up, talk and question. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Really we enjoyed a lot, especially after knowing this, that 1,000 varieties of bananas are there. So this is a kind of a new information for all of us, I think so. What you are talking about, definitely we don't interact with each other most of the time. Not only it happens within the classes, but in the conferences, meetings and workshops also. Because most of the time we do running short of time and we don't give more time for the interactive sessions.
Yes, yes.
So that is also to be added on during conducting the events. And I'm working as a scientist. So as we were talking about that the interaction is important, and definitely as a part of the Shakti members also, we have additional responsibilities to interact with the rural peoples under the different schemes which we are having under the platform of the Shakti. So in order to that, I would like to know, being a researcher, I'm not an expert of the bananas, but there are certain farmers, they must be interested, or we also want to understand little bit. So small training short courses of trainings are being given at your end,
Yes.
so that at least we can reach out to your place and we can understand little bit. Later on we can disseminate our information or knowledge with the same people where we are going to conduct the outreach activities. So if it is so definitely we will try to connect with you. And is there any trainings
Yes.
first?
You are more welcome. Every day or every alternate day, there will be bus full of farmers standing in front of our institute. So every alternate day, so every week at least not less than 100 to 300 farmers will be coming to our institute. Some our extension department will be training them, or they may come for exposure, they may come for 2 days training. So trainings are day-to-day activity for us. One whole wing is exclusively for trainings. So anytime through Padmavati madam has my number. If you need any this kind of trainers training programs, you can approach me. That's it. Most welcome. I'll be very happy to do that. Yes.
Madam, first of all, I congratulate you. You have given a very nice account. And actually, I have also practiced it. It is because I am also I was working as the professor and director at the Institute of Science. Okay. And one of my students, he also worked on banana. And what you told is exactly, even I have got your research paper also, very good, beautiful research paper. And he has just researched and he added something that is cost preventive technology. Technology. I don't know you know him or not, Lalit Patil. And he has now established or by tissue culture more than 10 plants. And even bamboo is also there. So what is required to the nation and what is required to the students. And as you said, really the tissue culture technique, I have myself done it in England. Okay. When in tissue culture lab of Professor Stree. And that is the beauty of that even very little solution can produce lots of plants. But of course, that technology is very, very difficult. Yes. It is because to maintain. And in that research work, my student has developed the tissue culture technology for banana, in which the plants can be grown in sunlight. So for villages, it is very, very useful. And like that, he is also working at number of places and he has established number of laboratories also. So that is the outcome of the research. So I am very much glad. And you explained it very well and just guided students very much. Thank you.
Very nice to know, madam. Thank you so much. Thank you. So that technology people call, farmers call now Rakta Bijasura technology. They call it as Rakta Bijasura. Just one drop into multiple, replicates. Yeah. So actually, the very usefulness of this bioreactor, what we have developed is a bioreactor. The technology can apply to any tissue culture planting material. It has, even for coconut and arecanut, we have developed this cell suspension. If we can develop for arecanut and coconut, any vegetatively propagated crop can be multiplied like this through somatic embryos and planted to plants. Anybody, if students are interested, you can write to us. We will see how best we can help you or collaborate with you. So this, yes, ma'am. That is another dimension to banana research. See, banana plant is approximately 100 kg. Bunch is only 30 kg. We harvest only 30 kg. We forget about 70 kg what is happening to it in the field. Waste utilization is very, very important. So our institute is a lot, it is working on waste utilization. Mm. Mm. Exactly. One of our engineering colleges who has MOU with us, some students are working on it. There is no end for using banana waste. Morning, this Mangalyan, you are talking about the Mangalyan leader, Dr. Mailsami Annadurai. We have a collaboration with him. He says this material can be used for high-end cars, for acoustics in the buildings, for high-end cars. If that works out, he's planning to put it in aircrafts and see, banana to the aircraft. So there is no end for utilization of agricultural commodity to anything. There is no dearth of the end users. So yeah, we'll talk more. I think
last one question. I just like to know regarding the chemicals being used to ripen the fruits or the vegetables. I mean, commercially people are using, and that is becoming a health hazard for all the consumers. So nowadays, I think all of us are aware that we are very afraid of even, eating fruits, though we know that these are healthy for us. So how to avoid all those things, and what is the comment on that, on the, commercialization, because that is unethical.
Yes, normally I think you are talking about calcium carbide. So in any of these compounds, either ripening gases like ethylene, or the end chemical is ethylene, which helps the fruit to ripen. What is the source is the question. If it is calcium carbide, the problem with it, why people are not, government is not recommending, the coming in touch with the calcium carbide may be hazardous to your hands, it is cancerous. That's why government is abandoning that. It is telling not to use calcium carbide as a ripening source. Ethylene gas has become a very comfortable use. It's a ripeners are there, ripening chambers are there, where they where it allows regulated release of ethylene, and in a chamber it's a small box. They keep it, and whole mandi, in the mandi they keep it, and whole bunches are ripened like that. It's
So
a very
you
easy
mean
practice.
to say there is a, ripener.
Yes,
are
ethylene,
not,
ripeners are there. Ethylene gas, ripeners are
So we should not be afraid of taking,
No, see, at the end of the day, what causes ripening? What is it's only ethylene. What is the source of ethylene only we have to bother about.
Okay.
So,
Safely
not so
we
much
can-
they talk about. They simply show all, they hype things in the media. We should not really worry. Only people who are using calcium carbide physically by hand, that is why it is banned. It is not good for health.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yes, welcome. I think anything is there, one to one we'll talk. We'll respect time.
I think with that we must thank to Dr. S. Uma. She actually had a heart-to-heart talk, and more so I must say, being here, woman-to-woman talk. She actually shared her heart and told us that it's so true. We've all gone through these troubles and turbulence, but we have all come out. Today, that's why we are all here. Partly successful, partly not. But at the end of the day, the struggles have been there, and we have achieved something. So I think with the big round of applause for her, and a big round of applause for Dr. Renu and Dr. Jyotsna, we were actually being very professional, respecting time, no talibadi. But now we need to actually acknowledge that Dr. Jyotsna was very good with her TBD. Everybody understood, and everybody had so many queries. She's also given us an idea that we can do the licensing startups at any level. At each and every level, you have an opportunity. But you have to encash that opportunity. And Dr. Renu also spoke to us from her heart. She actually told us where she started from, the struggle to school and the struggle till here. And that student has gone. I actually wanted to speak to her also. Rightly you said there's no problem with the results. But you must always remember, many a times students do get very upset because the supervisor has decided to forward one's application and not the other. You must appreciate that many a times it is the thought process of the supervisor, where you're suited for that job and you're not suited for that job. It's not that everybody fits to everything. Someone is more entrepreneurship oriented, someone is more teaching oriented, and someone are really research oriented. Very few of them know how to ask the questions why, what, how. So we must actually thank all three of them for giving us very insightful talks, and we appreciate your time and our time. And we must thank Stree, Shakti, and everybody who has got us here on the podium. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for this very much lively session. Now I request Professor Anita Kamra, ma'am, to present the token of memento to Dr. Jyotsna Dalal. Now I request again Professor Anita Kamra Verma to present the token of memento to our next speaker, that is ma'am Dr. Renu Pandey. I again request Professor Anita Kamra ma'am to present the token of memento to Dr. S. Uma. Now I request Professor Ankita Bohare ma'am, Vice President of Shakti, to present the token of memento to the chairperson of this session, Professor Anita Kamra Verma. I request Dr. Uma Sharma, Executive Member of Shakti, to present the token of memento to the moderator of this session, Dr. Uma Masood. Yes.
We'll have one for the session.
Now I hereby request Dr. V. Padmavati to conclude today's session with the vote of thanks.
Yeah, I'll just talk from here. On behalf of Shakti and Open Forum coordinators, I extend my heartfelt thanks to all the resource persons here. It's been a wonderful feeling to have seen such eminent scientists to interact with the young scholars and students. So it shows the power of women here, and we could see the vibrancy in the hall. Thank you very much, Jyotsna Dalalji, for orienting us on the ITB and with the activities of ITB. And I also thank Renu Pandeji for detailing us on the ICAR institutions and the activities and the research areas open for the students in career planning. And Dr. Umaji, who has given a nice idea on Chai Pe Charcha to break the, see, people are very secretive about their research activities. So this is one great idea where we can use and exchange ideas and also resolve any differences first thing and find solutions for any problems we are encountering. That's a wonderful idea. I think this is where the women makes a difference in an organization. The men are mostly, they confine themselves to the profession, but we give a women's touch where we are compassionate and we break all the rules to create and bring up the organization to a higher level. And thank you very much for acknowledging Shakti's Shakti. you were aware about Vibha, and we were part of Vijnana Bharati up to now. I think this is one big milestone that Shakti has proved itself that it can be independent from Vijnana Bharati. A big applause to Shakti. And I think we have to collaborate with all these eminent scientists in future for all Shakti activities. I'm sure they're ready to support us. Thank you very much for all the support you have given us. And I have to thank my co-coordinator Pratima Solanki ji, who's been there constantly taking every bombardment from me and others also. So I would call in the middle of the night to coordinate on and plan on these activities. So, and her team, I should tell, her team of students, they are an army who have supported us in making this a big success. I'm sure your participation has made the difference too. Thank you very much. Thank you. May I also announce that our sessions, the third session and fourth sessions, both are on entrepreneurs. So the interactions with entrepreneurs would be there, but we are starting by 12 o'clock, though we are announcing at 12. If you are here by 11:45, it would make it convenient for us to start outright. So, yeah, same hall. Okay, lecture hall 2. Audi 2 or lecture hall 2? Audi 2. Okay. So we'll meet you tomorrow before 12 for a wonderful interactive session.
हाँ देता हूँ